never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Okay, all set to roll. Ready or not? Close out the weekend. Just like that. Another one in the books. We're looking at a Monday. What do we see here? Turn the page on the calendar. 19th day of April coming on here. 2 weeks to go in the month of April. 2 weeks that, for many, may feel more like early March, or maybe even February in some cases, as far as weather's concerned. As we get things started with Old Man Winter going to be making a return to a broad portion of the country, much of the nation. We're going to start out west, where it's snowing tonight. Northern portions of Idaho, much of Montana seeing some snow showers, snow from Helena to Billings, down into the northernmost reaches of Wyoming. Lighter snow extends all the way over through western and south central portions of South Dakota. You get a bit further to the east, just a tad bit warmer, with some showers, line of showers. Yes, right now moving into the UP of Michigan, moving from west to east. Shower extending down through central portions of Wisconsin, back into the southernmost reaches of Minnesota and northern portions of Iowa. There is a pocket of showers and thunderstorms down into southern Kentucky, central and southern Kentucky. So we'll start things off with a look at our traveler's weather here on a back-to-work Monday. As I said, even though the calendar says mid-April, don't put away the snow shovel just yet. For many of you, wintry weather's going to keep spring at bay early this week, as well below normal temperatures and more snow is on the horizon. Starting off from Cheyenne, Wyoming to Colorado Springs, And yes, again, Denver, you're going to be in the mix, alongside high temperatures that rebounded close to normal territory to wrap up the weekend there on Sunday. Conditions will be largely dry across Wyoming and Colorado. It's going to be short-lived, though. Big change comes on starting today and into Monday night. Crazy weather patterns going to bring in more snow in the forecast for the Rockies. This cold front with a blast of Arctic air is pushing southward. High temperatures today will struggle to reach the 30s in places like Casper and Cheyenne. Denver, you're forecast to hit 37 degrees. That's it. Yeah, that's about a 20-degree drop from what you saw for high temperatures this past afternoon, though. As the cold air advances across the Rockies and the Central Plains, snow begins to spread across the northern tier. That started on Sunday through the overnight hours tonight. Any accumulating snow largely confined to portions of Minnesota, in addition to areas north of the U.S. border up into Alberta and British Columbia. But by later today and Monday night, that snow progresses southward, reaches the I-25 corridor in Wyoming and Colorado. Accumulating snow will then expand eastward, bringing back winter conditions to portions of South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas for later today and into Monday night. Denver, you might wake up by Tuesday morning with a couple of inches, 1 to 3 inches of snow on the ground. Cheyenne, 2 to 4 inches. Storm totals approaching 18 inches in the higher elevations of Wyoming and Montana. So this is enough snow to disrupt travel in the region, especially by Monday afternoon into Monday night. Be prepared for rapidly changing road conditions. Here it comes, even though locations like Omaha, Nebraska, Wichita, Kansas will flirt with some accumulating snow Monday night. You may find some white patches on grassy surfaces for the Tuesday morning commute. This next bout of snow, we're talking the second time in a week that some of our major cities like Denver have been hit with accumulating snow here in the month of April. Fortunately, for those tired of winter-like conditions, this round's going to exit the Rockies and portions of the plains rather quickly. Many areas likely snow-free by probably early Tuesday. While snow is falling Monday and Monday night, the Arctic air, though, begins to spread across these areas. Low temperatures approaching some record levels, they tell us. Low temperature in Denver Monday night is expected to be 17 degrees. That's about 4 degrees from the record of 13 set back in 1966. Warmer days on the horizon. Temperatures are going to gradually begin to rebound as the middle of the week comes around. In places like Denver, Loveland, and Cheyenne, that cold air begins to shift further east as the jet stream pattern will begin to lift north, and near normal conditions expected by, say, Thursday of this week out west. But you heard the key there. The cold air is going to begin to shift to the east, where we're going to be talking about actually more winter conditions in the central and eastern portions of the country. By later this week, we may be talking some decent snow in the northeast as well. That chilly air is going to hang on. It's been haunting the central states most of last week. You did see a bit of a warm-up over the weekend, but here comes that reinforcing blast of cold air. They're going to move through the plains early this week. Another round of frost and freeze damage for crops and sensitive plants. You're going to experience you saw a bit of relief Sunday from the bone-chilling weather. After last week, we saw an entire week of below-average temperatures. 30s and 40s. Grand Forks, North Dakota, you hit 61 on Saturday, so you were a little bit above normal. Omaha, you hit 60 on Sunday this past day. Near 64 degrees in Rapid City, South Dakota. Gee, going back last week, you were looking at a high of 35 degrees last Thursday. But here we are on a Monday. Monday, the bitterly cold air sweeps out of Canada, building as far south as the southern Rockies and the Central Plains. This is a rather strong cold front. It's going to bring in this cold air to the central states. Springtime snow in some areas. All right, the mercury for some across the northern Rockies as well as portions of the northern and central plains. What are we going to be talking about? You're going to be struggling to reach into the 30s and 40s. Meanwhile, temperatures forecast for locations going to be impacted by this brutally cold air mass. We're talking 10, 20 degrees below normal in many areas. So we'll break down more. Afternoon snow is forecast for the Denver metropolitan area. Again, we're talking a couple to 3 inches. You're no higher than 44 today, which is about 20 degrees below normal for that part of the country. As the snow continues on into Monday night, what are we talking about here? Temperatures dropping into the teens, and then all the way down into Oklahoma City. We're talking, you may hit 30, you'll see a 37-degree dive after a high temperature today here on Monday of 72 degrees. Yeah, we're talking a low of 38 degrees Monday night as that cold air comes rushing in. Several cities in the central states will be talking record low temperatures Monday night. Oklahoma City on Tuesday looks like the high is likely to top out only maybe a degree or two from 50 degrees. We're going to be looking at all the way down into Dallas, Texas, expected to break your 1918 record, 39 degrees. Oklahoma City also looking to smash your own 1966 record, drop it to 28 degrees, well below the record. These are particularly cold at nighttime. I mean, dangerous for sensitive and unprotected plants. If you've already begun to plant for the season, you're going to need to prepare to protect your crops from freezing or below freezing temperatures. Frost protection is going to be especially important for some of those tender plants, tropical house plants, begonias, impatiens, peppers, and tomatoes that some have out. Yeah, potatoes and carrots may be able to withstand a light frost, but less likely to withstand a freeze. The more cold adjusted a plant is, the less likely it's to be damaged by a frost or freeze. But the chill early this week across the plains, the Great Lakes, even much of the South will continue through most of the week. It'll then briefly start to moderate before another potential surge of cold air moves into the plains and Midwest toward next weekend. And they're telling us this chilly air may stick around for a couple of weeks. So it sounds like we're gonna be more like an old man winter on into the early portions of May. All righty, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Glad to have you with us as we get things rolling here into a Monday, 19th day of April. There you go. Okay, so the streams, some of the apps are having difficulty with the audio. Is that what I'm understanding? I'll try to reset those things for you here real quick like. And, of course, we'll be getting with Joel Morrow. It's a Monday, and Mondays mean Joel Morrow joins us out of the box, and we'll tell you a little introduction. That there were some callers last week, or folks that were listening in, weren't even aware really of who Joel was. And we kind of forget. We're so used to talking to Joel on Mondays that we just assume everybody knows who he is. So Joel will join us momentarily as we head into a Monday. Again, it's 844-844-3388. We'll take a quick time out here and return. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment. for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. I think we're all good now. My apologies. I think some of the apps were not firing up, didn't have audio on the stream. Yeah, over the weekend we had Microsoft does updates. Several nights last week I was just clicking on remind me later. Over the weekend it did the automatic update. And when you get updates, sometimes it changes settings, and that's apparently what happened over the weekend. So Josh had to get into the system, get us all back up and running here. So great to have you with us as we're into the early hours of a Monday. All right, so Mondays mean Joel Morrow joins us out of the box here. Good morning, Joel. How was your weekend? Everything go well?
Yeah, I had a great weekend. Really busy. Of course, we're getting the crazy weather up here that you had talked about. I think we're actually supposed to get some snow up here in northern Ohio on Wednesday, which I've had enough of. I could do without. But besides the weather, good weekend.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at some of the maps. Based on the maps I'm seeing, I think most of it's going to stay kind of north of us here in southwest Ohio, but there's going to be supposedly a swath that moves right through the central portions of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and on up into the Erie, PA area. New York State, much of New York, supposedly going to see some snow out of this thing here in a few days. I thought we were done with Old Man Winter, but all right. Well, okay, so for those who may not be real familiar, Joel, we need to give folks a little bit of your background, who you are, and of course, you join us on Monday mornings, but several people last week said, who was that guy that was talking? I don't know who he was, so we need to let them know who you are.
Sure. First and foremost, I guess I'm an everyday driver. I've been in the trucking industry for 33, 34 years now. I have right around 4.5 million miles of driving experience. I'm the president and CEO of Alpha Drivers Testing and Consulting, and I am the vice president of equipment procurement for Ploger Transportation. So I've spent a lot of time in the transportation industry, from both the driver side of things, the fleet management side of things, and dealing with technology at a very high level with OEM engineering staff, OEM as in the actual truck manufacturer and component manufacturers.
Okay, so 4.5 million miles. That's you've seen a lot of the country. And you've seen a lot of changes in the trucking industry over the years.
Absolutely. I started my career when I first learned to drive. Actually learned to drive before I could really get out on the road, out around the farm. You know, I had an old 68 International day cab over with a 8V71 Detroit screaming 318. And that's what I actually, when I did get my chauffeur's license and got out on the road, I learned in that. So yeah, from where I started to where we're at now, we've seen lots and lots of changes.
And a lot of what we discuss, or what you discuss, is exactly that. Some of the changes, technological changes in the industry. There's been so much, and I guess there's much more yet to come. Last Monday morning, we were talking about something called Super Truck 2. And I see that it looks like you recently participated in a DOE announcement where they were talking about funding for Super Truck 3, and you got to bring to light some of the difficulties with this rapid technology development in the industry. So I guess we're going to talk a bit about that this Monday morning. Rapid technology development. I guess some of it could be good and some of it not so good.
Yeah, there's a yin and a yang there. I mean, it's there's some good to it for sure. There's a whole lot of challenges associated with rapid deployment of technology, especially for the smaller fleets and the owner operators to be able to really leverage that technology and take advantage of it. So yeah, I'd like to get into some of that, talk a little bit about what happened at the press announcement with the DOE.
DOE, that Department of Energy, right?
Correct. Yeah, I was invited to talk at the Department of Energy press release for the Super Truck 3 announcement for the funding. I got to talk directly with Secretary Granholm, Mike Roth with NACFE, the North American Council for Freight Efficiency. He's their executive director. He was also involved, and you know, we talked a lot about the successes of the Super Truck program, and NACFE has an initiative that they call Run on Less, that I had participated as a driver in the first Run on Less event, and then I prepped the truck that we used in our fleet for the second Run on Less event. And Run on Less is an efficiency initiative where we run real loads out in the real world. There's multiple fleets involved. There's OEM manufacturer and component participation in this, and we try to, you know, get a real good baseline on what kind of efficiency we can get out of trucks and real world operations running the latest technologies available. So it was kind of neat to participate in, and so we had all the players in the room, you know, the important people that make decisions on funding and how these programs take direction and what direction they go in and what they actually do. So, we can do a quick recap on this stuff. We looked at the original Super Truck 1, which was launched in 2009 by the Department of Energy. And, it aimed to improve heavy-duty tractor-trailer efficiency by 50%. And within 7 years, we had teams from Volvo and Daimler and Cummins Peterbilt and Navistar. We had blown that goal away. I mean, they went well above the 50% improvement that they were looking to get in terms of freight efficiency. We were pushing fuel efficiencies into that 10 mile a gallon range. And that's exactly what we had shown in the NACV, the first NACV Run on Less event that was held September 2017, where we had 7 fleets that came together, and this was for long haul over the road duty cycle. And we had all the major OEMs were involved with numerous supporting suppliers, and we done this really nice 17-day long demonstration where NACV oversaw the event. A lot of the trucks were running technologies that were developed by the Super Truck project that had actually come into production. And over that 17-day period, the 7 fleets, we had an average of 10.1 miles per gallon. And that surprised a lot of people in the industry. In 2019, NACV ran another event. This time it was more of a regional event, and they had 10 fleets participating. And it was basically set up very similar. We had all the major OEM manufacturers were there again, and many of the component suppliers were there. NACV oversaw the event again. They had dedicated telematics. We had to, every time we filled up the truck and had a receipt, we'd snap pictures of the receipts and we'd send them into NACV. And so they had not only the telematics from the truck, but they had our actual odometer and fuel receipt information to judge how accurate the telematics information was coming in. In the regional, where you have a lot more traffic, a lot more stop and go, pick up and delivery type things, the 10 fleets were able to average 8.3 miles a gallon. And again, that surprised a lot of people in the industry for that particular duty cycle. And it just really proved what can happen when we have a program like Super Truck to develop some new technologies, and then a program like NACV's efficiency initiative to really demonstrate what's possible. And we talked about all those successes in this press release that the DOE done. But one of the things that is kind of missing with all this is that technology support infrastructures, like what I like to call it, to support this new technology in the field, so small fleets and owner operators can take advantage of this. There are a lot of very real challenges that we face with this rapid technology deployment that we're looking at. They're talking about hydrogen vehicles. We're talking about battery electric vehicles, where there's no infrastructure in place to support this stuff. Mm-hmm. There's no charging stations out there to charge these battery electrics yet. There's no hydrogen filling stations to fill these trucks. And even more importantly is there's no place to really take these trucks and get them serviced. And this represents a real challenge to small fleets and small business operators that, don't necessarily have a big reserve of cash that they can rely on if they run into problems with some of these new technologies. And so I really pushed the folks at DOE and NACV to really talk about the lack of that support, and really kind of explain to them how important that type of support is, and kind of relate it in a historical context to where when the first round of emissions came out, we didn't have any support at all in the field, and all the heartache and downtime that caused a lot of small businesses to go out of business. Even to this day, a lot of folks really haven't got their mind around how to correctly spec trucks with emissions to get, the maximum benefit out of it. We don't really have that back support to deal with emissions problems like we should. The big fleets have a lot of money to pour into their own shops. And we kind of took that course at my fleet, Ploger Transportation, and we're not a big fleet, but we decided if we're going to be in the trucking game, we're going to have to commit. And we spent a lot of money early on, took a big gamble, and now we're probably one of the few small fleets that has a very good handle on emissions, and probably have one of the premier shops in the country to deal with emissions. And as such, we've got a very, very good operation with a lot of uptime. We have very little downtime anymore. And I know that's not the norm, but as we've continue to talk today, I just want to really hammer home the importance of having that infrastructure to support people, the single truck operators. When you roll into a dealer and there's not enough techs there, and you have to wait in line, and then when you do get a tech, he hasn't been fully trained. Or if you go to maybe a mom and pop shop instead of to a dealership, maybe they don't have all the right computers and tools to work on the truck, and so your truck's not getting serviced right. We need to do a much, much better job of supporting that back end infrastructure to keep trucks up and running, so when an owner operator or a small fleet buys a truck, they have confidence that thing will be on the road, and they're not going to have to deal with a ton of breakdown related downtime.
I know they've had this push on for. We talked about some of the hydrogen last week, and then of course the electric vehicle push. But like you say, if you don't have the infrastructure, you've got to have the charging stations. As far as the hydrogen goes, we've got the waste hauler. You're familiar with Rumpke Waste Management, and here in Ohio and regional, Rumpke continues to grow and grow. I mean, they've got the ability to create their own gas and whatnot, so they can use some of the hydrogen vehicles. My personal trash guy was driving a hydrogen truck for some time. I think it was hydrogen. I can't remember if it was hydrogen or the natural gas, because that's what they're producing, I think, is like the natural gas, the methane and whatnot from the landfill. But if you're going to use that technology, for the most part, you got a small company, you got to have your own fueling station, because you can't fuel up when you're out on the road. So it's almost impossible to get people to transition to that technology, isn't it?
Well, what you're talking about is the challenge right now, and it's what we done so poorly when we transitioned into emissions. None of the shops were ready to handle this. We didn't have enough techs ready. So I think they recognize that we done a very poor job with diesel emission systems when we transitioned into them, and they're really trying to use programs like Super Truck, and NACV's out there doing good work. They're trying to establish that infrastructure and build that infrastructure out. So you're correct, it's going to start small in niche markets like trash haulers, school buses, the local delivery guys that are home every night. This is where we're going to learn a lot of things, and this is where the Super Truck 3 is kind of different than Super Truck 1 and 2, which focused almost exclusively on long-haul trucks. Super Truck 3 is going to focus on medium duties, even some light duty stuff, and this niche market stuff, so we can actually, get hands-on and learn some things to help build this infrastructure outright, so we don't repeat the mistakes that were made during the emission systems rollout. So these are high risk, high reward technologies. And, if we can prove them with Super Truck and by separate programs like NACV's Run on Less initiative, you just can't overemphasize the importance of the entire transportation industry, including the small fleets and owner operators. And And not only does it help the small fleets and owner operators, but it's helping meet the nation's environmental, economic, and transportation goals as well. And all those things are important, and we can't lose sight of that. A lot of times, as an owner operator or a small fleet, we're tied up and running our business. We get tunnel vision that and rightfully so. We've got to make our businesses work, but we've got to fit into the bigger overall picture. And so it's building out that infrastructure to support these new technologies, and it's education. And, we got to get funding into, technical schools and vocational schools and really start to ramp up these programs to really start to deal with these really technologically advanced vehicles. So we have that support to keep everybody up and running. And when you go out, obviously these vehicles are going to cost a little bit more than what they do today. You're going to be spending more up front. And I think most people are probably okay with that as long as they have the confidence that that truck's going to perform up to their expectation levels. Right now, not many people have that confidence, and so we need to really work to improve that situation.
All right, we're going to get a news break here, and when we come back, you were talking about validation and support infrastructure and whatnot. We're going to pick up there when we come back. Yeah, Joel hangs out with us on our Monday mornings, talking technology, talking some of the latest Super Truck 3. I mean, we were just talking Super Truck 2 last week, so I guess there's no end in sight with developing technology. If you ever had any questions for Joel, feel free to dial us up at 844-844-3388. If you want to send me maybe an email question, or you can submit your questions through the Facebook or YouTube on the comments section there. Feel free to jump in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The pause on the use of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine could be lifted by the end of the week as the CDC and FDA review data possibly linking the shot to a small number of severe blood clots. Dr. Ashish Shah, the dean of the Brown University School of Public Health, tells Fox News that he expects the panel to recommend restarting the use of the J&J shot, though it may come with some restrictions at first.
The bottom line is we have awareness of 6 potential cases linked to this vaccine. That's 6 out of 7 million, or 1 in a million, or less than 1 in a million. Your chances of getting hit by lightning this year is higher than that. So I hope the panel takes the risk into account, thinks about the risk of not restarting vaccinations, and my expectation is that they're going to recommend that vaccinations begin up again.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, back at it here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Some of our listening friends checking in this morning. Let's see. Richard checking in from Florida. Let's see. Jay checking in this morning. Happy New Week from California, says Steve. Captain Ron checks in. Let's see. Welcome to the best day of the week. Really? Monday? It's all we look forward to on the weekend. Oh, you mean the show. Well, that's nice of you, Ron. Maybe it's just me, but hello, everybody. Rainy here in Florida. I-75 and I-10. We're at 65 degrees. Mariette says, Snowmageddon returning to Ohio. Yeehaw. To which Scotty said, snow? Did you say snow? It's time to find a new weatherman. You're fired. Raymond checking in from Virginia tonight. And yeah, of course, early on there, the app wasn't working. We got that back up and running. Everything's all good to go here. And we come back with Joel Morrow joins us on Monday mornings here talking trucking technology changes. We've seen a lot of changes over the years, and apparently there's a whole lot more coming. And where we left off there, you were talking about what validation and support for the infrastructure.
Yeah, absolutely. So, validation, when we're talking about validating the technologies that they're working on, say, in a project like Super Truck 3. So what happens in the Super Truck 3 program is DOE makes available matching funds that the OEM manufacturers or even component manufacturers can get matching funds to help develop, new high-risk technologies that they think may help us meet some of the EPA mandates that are out there as far as emissions and fuel efficiency. So they make these matching funds available. They go into the Super Truck program. They build these really, really cool, wild-looking trucks, and they run them around out out in the real world. Now, they're not necessarily hauling freight at this point quite yet, but they're getting a lot of good information. They're seeing what works, what doesn't. Some of the technologies that are in the trucks today that directly came out of Super Truck, turbo compounding on the Volvo side, asymmetric turbos on the Freightliner side, a lot of different piston technologies that have significantly reduced soot while increasing horsepower and fuel efficiency. A lot of what we see in today's fuel injection with the higher pressures and multiple injection events are all a direct result of Super Truck. Once the engineers are pretty confident in the concept and they've kind of validated it at their level, things will start to work their way out into production testing. And that's a lot of what I'm involved in, where I'm working directly with Volvo. They will custom build some trucks with some of this newer technology that hasn't quite yet been released out into the general public, and it'll come into our fleet, and we'll run it for a year and a half, whatever time frame that they'd like to run it, and then it's hauling real freight, and we're doing evaluation and we're giving them feedback on it. Then it hits the early production stage, and the folks at NACV like to have these run on less initiatives where we can really start to demonstrate this stuff to the public in detail, and to try to get people's minds around what's going on. The whole time, engineering staffs are directly involved. They're taking notes, they're learning things, they're learning what they're going to have to teach, their techs and classes, the possible strong points of this particular solution that they're looking at, or the possible weak points of it. So there's a lot involved in the validation part of it, and we're pretty damn good when it comes to validating technology now. We're into our third generation of Super Truck. They're getting pretty good at this. If you haven't been to NACV's website, nacv.org, a whole lot of information. They have what they call confidence reports, where they take all this information that they've acquired during these run on less initiatives. They work directly with engineering staffs, and they produce some very nice confidence reports that are available to anybody, that really kind of defines the technology. It talks about the pros and cons, and they have great reports that are available to everybody. And I would encourage anybody that's in the trucking industry to go to their website and check out these reports. They're very detailed, they're very good, and it's an excellent way to learn about these newer technologies. Where I think we struggle still is what I'm calling the technology support infrastructure. And we're not really given, it's matching funds, millions of dollars in matching funds. I think Super Truck has $162 million available as matching funds out there. So it's truly a public-private partnership to help jointly develop these very high-risk technologies, to kind of work the bugs out of them. And we're doing that very well now, but these new technologies are getting pushed out into the public's hands, and we don't have enough techs. We don't have the right equipment available to properly diagnose these things, and we don't have enough training with technicians or even salespeople, for that matter. In order for this technology to work right, the truck has to be spec'd right. And so a salesperson really needs to go through a lot more training today than what they did even 10 years ago. So, trucking 10 years ago and even further back was relatively straightforward. Today, it's almost rocket science to a certain degree. So we need to get that support infrastructure caught up to the level of the validation that we're doing such a good job on today. And that validation's really made a difference. Today's diesel emission trucks are much better than the first generation, and a lot of it is directly related to that Super Truck 1 and 2, and that validation process just made it that much better. What hasn't caught up is when you roll into the shop, if you do have a problem to get that truck repaired, I don't think we're any better off today than where we were when emissions first came into the scene. And we really need to fix that problem. And, I'm thinking we need to have a push to have maybe matching funds available to help develop that infrastructure. Because as this technology hits, the big fleets, they have the money to hire engineers, to hire the best techs, to hire all the best equipment to fix the trucks. That's not always the case with small fleets and owner-operators. And so it has created a playing field that kind of favors the bigger fleets, and we need to level that playing field. You have to keep in mind that the top 200 fleets buy the majority of new trucks, but the majority of trucks on the road are owned by owner-operators and small fleets. So what that tells you is that the majority of trucks on the road are actually shying away from this technology because of the concerns of downtime and what happens when you get in the shop and who's going to pay for all this, and it gets really expensive. And so we're looking to deploy all this new technology to solve all these problems with, climate and efficiency and all these things. But if people aren't confident to use it, then we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot. And so we really need to address the situation in order to bring the whole industry kind of up to speed with this newer technology.
So I kind of, what you're just mentioning there, when we've seen each new level of emission requirements, and especially when these DPF systems came into existence with the regens and all that, we saw a rash of truck drivers buying glider kits because they were wanting to avoid the new technology. I think for some of those exact concerns, is the glider kit still a big thing? And did I hear correctly that there's a push to maybe kind of outlaw the glider kits? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, they're really putting the brakes on the glider kits. Some people in the industry see it as just a way to sidestep emissions regulations, which it is. The problem that I see, and look, myself personally, I don't consider myself a tree hugger, but I wanna keep the environment as clean as possible. But we need to do a better job to understand why people want to sidestep that, and it's just kind of been almost blown off, and we have to do a better job of understanding the concerns of the owner operator and the small business operator and why they don't have confidence in these trucks. And I can tell you why. I've spent a lot of time driving these trucks and trying to figure them out. And in 2007 when they first came on board with with the emissions, it was horrible. We really struggled as a fleet. And I like to think we have our stuff together for the most part, and we really struggled with it. And it took us about 3 years, and then right at 2010, we had another rollout of emissions. But by that time, the super truck had started to kick in the programs for validation. Personally, as a fleet, we were able to make some contacts at the OEM level with some engineers that were very helpful to us, and we really started to figure this stuff out. And that also happened in the rest of the industry, maybe not to the same degree that we had figured things out, but the industry did learn. It was just way too slow for most owner operators. And let's face it, most guys driving truck, we're coming out of a blue collar background. We are not going to be able to reverse engineer a lot of these technologies or have the money laying around to buy some of the computers and some of the tools needed to fix these. So we're relying on a dealership shop to fix these things. And a lot of times they wouldn't even have the stuff. And it really, really hurt a lot of people, put a lot of people out of business. And we just done a poor job of supporting owner operators and small fleets out in the field. And I just want to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And this is why I brought it up directly with the folks at DOE and at NACFE. I'm going to continue that push to DOT and probably EPA to make sure that as new technology evolves, that we are supporting it properly on the back end. So it's just not something that the big fleets can enjoy. I personally know as a small fleet how well this technology can perform when it's done right and it's supported right. It's very, very good. It's very efficient. It's very fast. It's great to drive. There's a whole lot of upside to it, but without the support, the technology means nothing. And this is something that I'd really like to drive out that point home into government and to the big corporations, because I've got their ear. I've worked with a lot of engineering staffs at very high levels, and they're kind of oblivious to these things. They sit in their cubicles, they design things. They don't have to worry about the same things that owner operators and small fleets have to worry about on a daily basis, and they're kind of insulated from that, and so I'm trying to bring that message to them so they understand what's happening out here in the real world.
Gotcha. I think Dan wants to chime in here about Super Truck. What's going on, Dan? How you been?
Pretty good. How was your weekend, Steve?
Had a good weekend. Boy, they go by awful quick, Dan. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. If you have one. But I was going to ask Joel, now, there's a website that he keeps, that, he's mentioned the name, and I'm having a hard time hearing what that actually is. Is that NACFE you're talking, or?
NACFE, NACFE.org. It should take you.
N
as in Nancy.
N.
Yep.
Yep.
N as in Nancy, A alpha, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then what? C Charlie?
Yep. F Frank and E Elizabeth.
Okay, and that's an acronym for what?
The North American Council for Freight Efficiency.
Okay. And they're the ones that are coming up with the super truck programs, are the first two.
NACFE does the Run on Less initiatives. Department of Energy, they're the people that control the super truck projects.
Okay, and they're the ones that have brought us the DEF and the regeneration and here's how this works. So EPA mandates emissions, and EPA and DOE are completely separate entities. So EPA puts out all these emission mandates, and they just throw it out there, and the truck manufacturer has to comply, and EPA doesn't care how you comply. You have to comply. So the truck manufacturers, when this first happened, they were standing there like, whoa, what do we do? And so a whole lot of things were kind of cobbled together in a big hurry to try to meet these emission standards that EPA had mandated. And of course, we all know what happened. It blew up in our face. I mean, it was horrible. So Department of Energy, which is completely separate from EPA, they're just wanting to do things more efficiently, and they had funds available matching funds to work with the OEMs to say, hey, let's figure some of this stuff out so we can meet mandates, because, you know, it's a government mandate, and they kind of mandated this stuff, and then they didn't provide any funding for us to meet the mandate. And we were supposed to just pull everything out of the air and put the stuff together, and it was supposed to work perfect. You know, no front end infrastructure, no back end infrastructure, no nothing. And this is why it didn't work all that well when they first rolled out the first generation of emissions. So DOE came out with a super truck program. The OEM manufacturers, you know, got involved with this, and I think on the first one there was, I don't remember, $200 million made available, but it was all matching funds. So if for example Volvo put up $10 million, then DOE would give them $10 million to develop whatever technology they were working on at the time, and all of the manufacturers were involved in the super truck in one way or another. So DOE actually helped us validate technologies for EPA's mandates. So one branch of the government's helping to solve problems that another branch had created, which is kind of goofy, but it's the way that it is. Yeah. NACFE is not a government entity. It is a nonprofit, I believe. And this is a group of engineers that got together that said, look, you know, there's a lot of problems here. Let's form this group. And most of these guys are retired engineers. You know, and I know some of them personally. They're, you know, real sharp guys. And so they also try to help to validate this technology in a kind of a parallel with SuperTruck. After SuperTruck says that this stuff works, NACFE really takes a hard look at it, and then they work with fleets out in the real world to get a handle on exactly what's happening.
Well, one of the things then is the differences, like for instance, you know, who are some of is there differences, say, between Cummins and the Detroits? I mean, they share the same technology on this exhaust system. I mean, on the emissions, correct? Like a Detroit and a PACCAR yeah.
Some of them do. I think Detroit is different than Cummins. I think PACCAR and maybe Volvo share the Cummins technology. Some of that technology is shared, and some of it is proprietary. You know, emission systems are very complex. They're very expensive to develop. And you know, I think the OEMs kind of looked at this and said, you know, do we want to spend another $100 million to develop this, or do we want, you know, to buy a technology that somebody else is already working on and take that money to maybe develop a better turbocharger or fuel injection system? So there are some of it that is shared. Other stuff is very proprietary.
Well, SuperTruck, though, is limited to emissions, correct? It's not involved with braking systems or transmissions and things of that nature.
No, SuperTruck involves everything. They look at everything. It's a very holistic approach. They look at trucks, the trailer. They look at adding solar. They look at charging systems. They look at everything, not just emission systems.
So it starts at DOE, and then it goes to this other not-for-profit organization, which is, I assume, funded through DOE to be involved in that. And one last thing, though, is this being taught in, say, engineering schools, SuperTruck, like in ME programs? And you know, there's a few schools that have engineering programs, particularly in the mechanical engineering, with an emphasis on, or what schools are those? Do you know? Where in the ME?
Yeah, I think Penn State is one of them. Michigan, I believe. That's the one down in Virginia Tech. There's a few of them that are really heavily involved with Super Truck. What the exact involvement is, I'm not 100% sure, but I do know that the DOE does work with West Virginia is another one where West Virginia does a whole lot of stuff with emission systems. They are the people that had busted Volkswagen on the emissions cheating stuff. So West Virginia does a lot of stuff. So there are schools that are heavily participating in this. There's a real emphasis on this, and I don't think NACFE is funded by DOE. NACFE, I think, is more funded by donations from the OEMs, where Freightliner and Volvo and Navistar and Dana and Meritor and all that, they get together and they provide funding to really have an independent verification organization out there, so they really understand how well their technology is working out in the real world, and it's just not their own people verifying that.
Well, then, by the way, finding mechanics, lots of luck, because some of the large fleets are hanging out. I'm talking about UPS and some of the big LTL people have got bounties out there with $10,000. You know what I'm saying? Sign-on bonuses.
Yes.
So,
yes.
But you're right about the learning. But I do know when you mentioned about the salespeople that these companies, particularly the one I'm familiar with, Navistar, when someone comes in like yourself to spec out a truck, they have software. They have a program that they can enter your data in, and then that will come up with a spec, correct?
It gets them close. It oftentimes they really can't fine tune for individuals. It'll get them close, but it's like any other computer program, garbage in, garbage out. You know what I mean? So they have to know what to really put into that computer. They really have to understand your duty cycle and what you're trying to accomplish. And so it's a pretty complex thing. But you're spot on with the mechanics. There is no doubt we have a major shortage.
Oh, no. It's going to affect some companies. Who are the big OEM, not Freightliner, PACCAR and them, but who are the component OEMs for emissions? Who are the major players?
Well, Cummins, they're one of the bigger ones. And then Owens Corning, I believe, is involved in that. Bosch is involved in that. Bendix probably is. Dana probably to some degree. Eaton to some degree. Denso. A lot of the manufacturers that are involved on the light duty car side, a lot of them have engineered solutions for the heavy duty truck side, or they engineer components, individual components. And that's another part of the problem. We've got so many companies building individual components, and they can't see the whole picture, and it creates a lot of problems too.
Well, that's why I asked that question. The componentry, for instance, I don't want to, but company I work for, well, I had a problem with an ABS light, and they said, well, it wasn't their trailer. It's what we refer to as a foreign trailer. And they said, well, we have Bendix. That's a Meritor system. So I guess that's true. They can't work on a Meritor if they got Bendix software. And that's why, I'm wondering, how do you get all these component manufacturers in sync with all this so that it's suitable for them? Yeah, you're exactly right. And there are organizations that specifically deal with this stuff. But again, all the money is going to the development of the technology up front, the concept and now to some degree, the individual validation
And very little is going to what we're talking about. And what's really important is, how do we get all these different systems to talk to each other so shops can work on them without having to buy 50 different computers to hook up to the truck? How do we do those things? How do we even get enough techs into the shops? It's just one problem after another, and we're not addressing those issues, and the technology keeps getting more and more and more complex. And what's going to happen here is we're going to get down to a pool of maybe 15 fleets that will be able to afford to buy new trucks. It's going to exclude everybody else. And this does nobody any good. It doesn't do the truck manufacturers any good. It's not good for the economy. It's just not good for anybody. So these issues really need to be addressed. The majority of trucks on the road are owner operators and small fleets, and they're being ignored, and it has to stop.
Hey, we're way behind on our news update, but we'll pick up there. Hang in there, Joel. We got several other callers online. If you'd like to jump in, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says half of all Americans 18 and older have received at least one dose of COVID vaccine. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention announced Sunday that about 130 million people 18 and over have received at least one shot. About 84 million people, a little more than a quarter of all Americans, have now been fully vaccinated. The CDC has received some criticism of late for issuing new recommendations regarding precautions that fully vaccinated people should continue to take. Dr. Anthony Fauci tells NBC's Meet the Press the reasoning behind the recommendation that vaccinated people continue to mask up.
You might get infected and get absolutely no symptoms, not know you're infected, and then inadvertently go into a situation with vulnerable people. And if you don't have a mask, you might inadvertently infect them. Now, there's a small risk of that, but it's there. The other thing is that there may be variants that are circulating.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The surge in illegal crossings on the southern border continues. Brandon Gunsel reports.
Customs and Border Control is continuing to see a surge of migrants crossing the southern border. National Border Patrol Council President Brandon Judd has this to say to Fox.
We also have to look towards the future. I mean, as long as we continue to release people into the United States after they violate our laws with no consequences, people are going to continue to come. That's the simple fact.
According to reports, agents have apprehended more than 1,600 migrants over the last 24 hours. For USA Radio News, I'm Brandon Gunsel.
And police in Wisconsin say they've arrested a suspect in a shooting at a Kenosha County tavern that killed 3 people and injured at least 3 more. Police say the suspect was a patron who had argued with management before leaving and returning early Sunday morning to begin shooting. Authorities say the tavern was very busy at the time of the shooting. The suspect is facing charges of first-degree intentional homicide, but police say that additional counts could be added later. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
NASA's Ingenuity helicopter is set to attempt to take flight on the surface of Mars early Monday morning. The vehicle's first flight has been delayed twice as engineers at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab completed some extra tests on the helicopter. Should Monday's test flight be a success, it would be the first time that a human-controlled vehicle took flight on the surface of another planet. Former NASA astronaut Jose Hernandez says it would be an incredible technical achievement. He tells Fox News about the difficulties of flying through the Martian atmosphere.
And the amazing feat of all this is that Mars only has 1% of the volume of atmosphere that the planet has. That our planet has. Now, it's partially offset by the fact that the gravitational pull of Mars is 37% of the Earth, but this is why you need, for a little 4-pound helicopter, you need a 4 feet wingspan and rotational speed of about 4,200 RPMs to get that lift capability on that planet.
And Charles Geschke, the co-founder of software company Adobe and the creator of the PDF file, has died. Geschke co-founded the company with John Warnock in 1982, which would go on to develop a number of groundbreaking creative products. Geschke's own contribution, the portable document format, is one of the most widely used file formats for computers today. Geschke also survived a kidnapping in 1992. He was abducted by 2 men outside of the company's offices and held for 4 days before police tracked down his whereabouts. Charles Geschke was 81. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, back at it here on a Monday. Joel Morrow with his first couple of hours each Monday morning, talking technology. Super Truck 3 this week. And all right, I got an email for you here from Scott. He says, Joel, according to the government concerning Super Truck 1, the 2010 emission mandate, the air coming out of the exhaust was supposed to be cleaner than the air going in. So why Super Truck 2 and Super Truck 3, I can't go more than a couple weeks before one of our fleet trucks goes down with some sort of an emissions issue. Our company says we spent $5 million last year on regen issues. Thank you much. Great show.
Sure, and Super Truck 2 and 3 are for the exact reason he just described. We're still having issues with emission systems, and so they're still trying to improve the overall efficiency of the truck, which is what DOE is really truly looking to do. They're more concerned about the efficiency rather than the emissions themselves. But they go hand in hand. When we improve efficiency, we also, by default, improve the emissions on the backside. So, anything that they can do to improve the baseline design of the engine, through better pistons, through better waste heat recovery, through better turbocharging, whatever the technology is, that oftentimes has a significant impact in reducing emissions before they even get to the emission system. And as such, that helps to improve durability over time. Other surprising things that really help to improve emission system durability that we're learning through, like the folks at NACFE, the average RPM of the truck, and I've mentioned this when we talk about downspeeding, as engines run at lower RPM, they are typically running closer to peak torque or at peak torque. Torque is the heat and pressure in the cylinder. When we have heat and pressure in the cylinder, it really cleans up the emission system. And even in our own fleet, we're seeing that as we really get aggressive with downspeeding, ratios like 2.16 or 2.26 through an overdrive transmission, we see significantly less emission systems issues. So, we talked about the importance of even bringing salespeople up to speed. They need to be in the loop on this stuff so they understand how speccing a new truck can impact emission systems durability. And, we need better funding on the backside to take care of some of these problems. If we're going to spend $162 million on R&D, concept development, and validation, there needs to be $162 million in matching funds on the backside to take care of all these problems that we're seeing in the field. It's not right for, small fleets and owner operators to shoulder that burden entirely on their own. In fact, most can't afford to do that. And so we need some help out here. And it's good for the economy. It's good for jobs. It's good. This type of funding's good all the way around. And it's not just handing money out. It's matching funds. So it truly is a public-private partnership going on to solve some problems that we're having out here in the field.
I had a Cummins representative, a couple of guys in the studio going back. It was probably back when we were talking about the 2010, the emissions requirements. And I remember him distinctively at the time talking about the air that's coming out of the truck is probably cleaner than the air coming in. Same time, when you get water in the exhaust or whatever, he said you probably don't want to do it. But technically, you could drink that water that's coming out of the exhaust because it's that clean.
Yeah, I mean, we see it in the shop, and back before emissions, if you started a truck in the shop and the doors were down, you were driving everybody out of the shop within 5 minutes with that truck sitting there idling. And if you've got an emissions truck today, you can start them in the shop with the doors closed, and it gets a little warm, but you're not gagging and coughing and choking on fumes. So the emission systems, they work. We still have challenges with them, no doubt. A lot of the challenges are solved through some very aggressive preventative maintenance, through better speccing, through products like the Hot Shot Secret fuel treatment. That has a huge impact on emissions systems durability, and that's something that a lot of people overlook. Our diesel fuel quality here in the United States is horrible. It's well known that it's horrible. In Europe, they have very good diesel fuel, and they have significantly fewer emission systems problems. So, there's just little things like that. Treating diesel fuel makes a big difference. How you spec the truck, if you're running it down sped, it's going to make a big difference. And educating people, getting the word out there, training salespeople, training tech, so everybody's aware of this stuff. It's quite a challenge. When I first got into this, I was kind of fortunate that my brother and sister-in-law, they were taking care of the business part of Ploger Transportation, and it really allowed me to really drill down and focus on these types of issues. And I was fortunate that I wasn't, impeded by the realities of the day-to-day operation like every owner-operator and most small fleet owners are. So, at first when I started doing this, I was thinking, well, why hasn't everybody figured this out? And when you really sit and think about it, they're just too damn busy to take time out of their schedule. They have to run their business. They do not have time to re-engineer the vehicle, time or money to do that for that matter. So, we need to get better support out here, and I think we need to come up with some type of program like the Super Truck, but for the backside support of the owner operators and small fleets that are out here.
Okay, next question from first time caller, I believe it is, calling in about the International and the EGR system. Is it CB? Is that the handle?
Yep, CB. Yep. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
First
sir.
time caller. Yep.
Yeah, it's great to have you with us.
I got a question for Joel, if I could.
Yes.
Yeah. Joel, I know that Navistar did a lot of appeals to try to keep the EGR system, and I went to a few truck shows and listened to them, and even Caterpillar got rid of some of their stuff because of, as far as their engines in the trucks, because of the emission system. But why is it that we keep hanging heavier and heavier stuff on these trucks when we could go away with that with the EGR system?
We have to have a certain amount of EGR to meet EPA mandates. Today's trucks run much less EGR, even though it's still on there, the cooler's still on there, the valve's still on there, but typically we run way less EGR through the engine. So I think we're getting closer and closer to maybe totally doing away with it. I'm hearing rumors that Cummins is going to come out with a system that is going to totally eliminate it. I haven't seen it yet, but I keep hearing about it. So, I think we're kind of on the verge of doing that. And then, of course, as we start to transition into, battery electric and some of these other technologies, all that stuff disappears. So, will the diesel engine be around long enough that we'll finally get all of this emission system, worked out of it, and we'll make the engine, the base engine itself, clean enough to run without having to hang all this stuff on? I don't know the answer to that. I think the diesel engine's going to be around for long haul trucks for quite some time yet, but for the short regional, the local, the garbage trucks, the school buses, I think we're going to see a pretty hard push into electric. So it's hard to say exactly how that's going to pan out.
Yeah. Now, why did Caterpillar? I mean, I remember them talking about it because I'm from the local area where Caterpillar is at, and a lot of their 3406s, they said that I remember hearing them saying that, they moved it to, I believe, Texas, to the engine plant down there, because they said they could sell more overseas. And going back to what you said a little bit ago about European, the diesel, and they said we can sell more overseas than we can here, so we don't have to worry about that problem. But the thing was I remember, I believe it was back at a truck show. We have a local truck show in our area. I'm trying to say it was back in 2011. They were talking about doing something with hydrogen at that time, but they said that it would probably be too much cost to them.
Yeah, these new technologies are really expensive, and this is exactly why Department of Energy is offering matching funds, because there's a lot of risk. You go down the path to start developing one of these technologies, and you get halfway through it, and you're like, oh, it doesn't work. That's a heavy hit. And International themselves with the Max Force diesel kind of suffered that fate when they went to massive EGR on that Max Force diesel, and it failed miserably, and it damn near bankrupted the company. So there's a lot of cost involved with emission systems mandates, and EPA like to keep tightening the noose on us and making us get cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. And I'm all for clean air. At what point have we gone overboard? I don't know. All I know is that we have to comply, and I know we need help. We need a lot of help in the field here to make this stuff actually work right. And I think what the government doesn't quite understand is, as they're throwing these mandates out at us rapid fire, and the OEMs are responding by developing technology rapid fire without that support in the field. We're not adopting those technologies. We're running old trucks longer and longer and longer because we're afraid of the technology breaking down all the time and not being able to fix it. So, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot. People, if you don't buy it, the most efficient truck in the world isn't doing you any good. So, we need to get some form of help out here in order to get people to have some confidence in these trucks and to start to adopt this technology. No doubt.
Yeah. And another question, I drive for an LTL company. It's a larger one, but our trucks are governed down to like 62, 63. Is that, do you say that right there? Could that be some of the problems we have with these electronics on this and the DEF system and all that? Because we've always said, and even our mechanics said, they need to turn the trucks up so they can I guess breathe or whatever to make this more efficient.
Well, here's the thing. If the company knows what speed they're going to run at and they spec the truck with the correct gear ratio for that speed, you won't have any problem. Now, if they miss the mark, and a lot of times what will happen is you'll get a huge company and they will have multiple different engine brands in that company. And each engine has a specific RPM that it needs to run at to be efficient. That is absolutely true. A Volvo will run at much lower RPM than what a Cummins will run, and a Detroit requires a different RPM than both of those. So when a fleet goes to spec a truck, a lot of times they want this generic spec. They want different engines, but they want the same transmission, same rear axle ratio for all the engines. And that is very problematic. So it could very well be what they're seeing. You may have a certain brand of engine that's not working real well with a particular rear end ratio, and that could very well be.
Okay. Well, I thank you for taking my call, and I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, CD. Appreciate you being with us. Can I ask you a question? Are you a Hot Shot Secret user? Have you tried the products?
No, honestly, no, I haven't. But I've been, listening to the program, thinking about it. I got some of your stickers and shirts and stuff, but I have not. No.
Well, I'm gonna, because we kind of highlight our first time callers. I took down your number here, and I'll get that to Kyle, and they'll text you a code for $60. You go to the hotshotsecret.com, you check out, and whatever you want. $60 in merchandise. Shipping's all included, absolutely free.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And you guys have a great night. I'll be listening.
Thank you so much for listening in. Love to hear those first-time callers. All right, what do we got? We're rolling toward the bottom of the hour news break. But first on, let me, Rookie is on the line, I believe. Next, got John with Joel. Good morning, Rookie.
Good morning, Mr. Steve, Mr. Joel. How we doing?
Good.
Excellent.
Good. I was going to pick Joel's brain about Volvo or Mack dump trucks. On the weekends, sure. I help a small three-man crew excavating company, and he has a 2020 Volvo dump truck with an Allison automatic, and he's looking at buying another one. But he's on the fence of, do you buy a Kenworth, Volvo, Mack, Peterbilt, International? He loves the Volvo, but he's not sold on that Allison automatic.
I would agree with him. I'm not a big fan of the Allison automatic. Volvo has a 13 and 14 speed crawler gear I-shift that is just phenomenal for that type of duty cycle, the 14 speed especially. When you look at it in comparison to what a lot of people are used to, the 18 speed manual by Eaton, you have twice the reduction in low gears. You have like 6 reverse gears available and 4 crawler gears available. It's just an awesome transmission for that. The Allison's, that's an expensive transmission, and in my mind, it doesn't perform all that well.
He did say it was about a $10,000 option for that Allison, yes. And I've drove the truck, and all the other trucks are 8 speeds, the 8LLs. Mm-hmm. And that's what he's thinking about going back to, is a Volvo with an 8-speed, or since Volvo and Mack are related, what's really the difference between the two?
Not a whole lot. Underneath the powertrains, they're very, very similar. Mack may offer some different suspension options as far as, for off-road applications, but I would really encourage them to look at the 13 or 14 speed heavy duty I-shift. It's a fabulous transmission for that application, and you can get it on the Mack side too as the M drive.
I would say that an automatic in a dump truck is for spreading stone, dumping stone, short distances. It does save the wear and tear on your left leg and your right shoulder.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Doing all the shifting. Yes. But he's a 70-year-old school gear jamming shifting guy that's hard to come around to. But what power plants do you suggest in a dump truck?
If you're weight conscious, the D11 or the MP7, even though it is a small displacement engine, they're rated up to 425 horsepower at 1,550 pound-feet of torque. They're pretty snappy little engines. If you need more, then you can go to the D13 or the MP8. And, they go up to 505 horsepower, 1,850 pound-feet of torque. So either one, you're going to have good luck with, especially if you made it up to the 14-speed heavy-duty I-shift. I think you'd be very pleased with it.
What's the longevity, life expectancy of those engines? Are you seeing any issues with any of the emissions or any other issues with them?
In a vocational application, you need to make sure you have a very aggressive maintenance schedule on it. So you're making sure that you run the overhead every year. You're pulling the boost sensor out and you're replacing it. You're treating your diesel fuel, which is extremely important in a vocational application because your idle time tends to be a little bit higher. And so treating diesel fuel is an absolute must. So, get the Hot Shot Secret everyday treatment in that thing. That is going to really, really extend the longevity of the emission systems, no doubt about it.
Now, on your idle time, I'm old fashioned. I idle my truck up. I drive a 19 Western Star for my full-time gig. And if I sit and idle for longer than 5 minutes, I idle it up. Is that still necessary on today's engines?
No, they've got what they call warm hold function. And if it needs to idle up, it'll idle itself up. If it needs to idle down, it'll idle itself down. You don't have to touch it. It'll go into the clean air idle mode, and it puts the idle RPM exactly where it needs to be, all by itself. In fact, if you idle it up, if you idle it up and it doesn't need it, it'll idle itself back down.
Because I've noticed it over the winter, you fire up the Volvo and it sits there and you idle it up it doesn't idle up on its own, especially when it's cold. So you idle it up to let the air build up, get some heat going in the thing, go get your cup of coffee and come back and she's warm, ready to go. And it's still idled up about, 800-900,000 RPM. That's not necessary anymore these days.
No, you don't need to do that. The one thing you may notice on the Volvo, if you hit the key on it and it's cold out and you take off right away, you may notice that for the first 10 miles, it may not seem to have the throttle response and the power where it will actually say, you know what, I'm too cold, but we're going to let the engine run, and it will limit power until everything comes up to temperature, and then it'll give you full power. So it's even smart enough to know if you took off too early, it's going to let you go, but it's going to kind of limit the responsiveness in the pedal so you don't spin main bearing or whatever the case may be.
Okay. Do you know what? I guess I'd have to talk to the dealer on pricing difference between, is it worth going to one of those 14 speeds versus a standard 8-speed LL?
I think so. I think that 14 speed will outperform that 800 every time and any day of the week. And what's great about the 14 speed is it has that super deep reduction, but then it also has some really nice high side. So when you're on the highway, you can run some higher speed without getting killed fuel efficiency wise. So it makes for a really nice setup.
Is that I-shift, does that still have your standard clutch plates in it versus the Allison where it's an actual torque converter?
Correct. It's got clutch in it and not a torque converter.
Is there, I'm sure with the computer and all that sort of stuff, you just mash the gas and off it goes, and does it self-adjust itself or over time? Or?
Yes. Yep, it sure does. Yep.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, that's what I needed to know.
Sure. And there's a lot of off-road logic, shift logics and stuff they can put in that thing to make it perform really nice for you.
Okay. Because we do.
Hey, great call, Rookie. He must have had something more to say. I hit the button too quick. My apologies, Rookie. But all right, we get our news break. We'll come back with more. You want to jump in here? It's 844-844-3388. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
More than 30,000 Russian troops have been massing near their border with Ukraine as tensions in the area continue to rise between the two countries over Russian-backed separatists operating in the east of Ukraine. The United States and the European Union have vocalized their support for Ukraine, but many worry that a full-blown conflict is inevitable. French President Emmanuel Macron says that he would prefer to see a diplomatic solution to the crisis, but tells CBS News that if Western powers are going to draw red lines with Russia, they have to ensure that they'll be respected.
I think we have to be clear and tough. It was a failure of a naive approach vis-à-vis Russia. I'm definitely in favor of discussion with Russia, with an open, quiet and respectful discussion with Russia. But I think that when we put red lines, we have to be sure to be credible and to make these red lines respected by the others.
This is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we are back. Back with Joel Morrow on a Monday morning. Hope you had a good weekend. We're looking at 19th day of April coming on, and we'll get more on our travelers' weather coming up, where they tell us residents from Kansas to Michigan. Gotta wonder if we're flipping back to the month of March here. Is a hazardous storm threatens late season snow and more intense cold this week. I'm not looking forward to that. Well, let me get back to our callers here. Next on line with you, Joel, we've got, I believe it's Carol, according to the call screener. Good morning.
Hey, this is Caitlin.
Oh, hello, Monkey Goucher. Got that all wrong, didn't it?
Before I get started, I don't know if you received the news tonight or not. We lost another member of the family. Radar passed away this morning.
I saw that a few moments ago here. Yeah, I saw somebody had posted that. Yeah, I haven't spoke to him in a number of years. Trying to think back, it had to have been a good 10, 12 years ago that he went, I think he went on a couple of cruises with us back in the day.
Right.
Yep.
I didn't know if you had heard it yet or not. I thought I'd mention it. But, Joe, I got a couple questions for you. Back when they started all this mess and Caterpillar was using the SCR, and that was supposed to be in the top of the line recirculation through the A-Cert engine. And I reckon the EPA, Caterpillar got the big pissing contest. They said, no, we're not going to let this happen. So they went to that spark plug engine. You remember the spark plug engine?
Mm-hmm.
And
where they were actually shooting flame down the exhaust, yeah.
Right. And that engine put a lot of good owner-operators out of business. And, Caterpillar just threw their hands up and said, we're done with it. No more. It's over with. We'll go. But I had a very interesting conversation with a cat, one of the guru engineers from Caterpillar, when Caterpillar was at the truck show that year, and they said, hey, they brought out the little baked cookies and everything. Said, oh, we're in for it for the long haul. We're going to be here for the truck drivers. Y'all ain't got to worry about. And I was talking to one of the engineers. He said, look, we don't need none of this crap on trucks. We can do it through timing and stuff and clean these engines up. And the EPA would just get their damn nose out of it. Said it would be a simple fix, keep it where everybody could work on the truck, know what was going on, but said we can't get the damn EPA off our back. And, going forward through all the watching what was going on, all we studied seen, these shop rates at these truck dealerships is astronomical. And you go in there, and let's say that you got something that, let's say, about the average going rate now, last time I was in the shop, won't never go back to another dealer for help. I've devised a pretty good network of people that know how to work on this cat, so I use them. $155 an hour. Now, on top of that $155 an hour, when they give you your ticket, you look down there and you say, well, we got shop supplies charging you at 15% of the total bill. Then you see an environmental impact, you know, and when you really put the pencil to it, they charge you $200 an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say your 155 was a little light. You're right. You're closer to 200, and you're exactly right. And what you're talking about is what I would like to try to address. And one of the problems that we have is again, the technology is so advanced. We don't have a lot of people trained in the mom and pop market to work on these engines. So a lot of times you have no alternative. You've got to take it back to a dealer, and there's a shortage of techs even for the dealers. So the dealers that do get the good ones, you know, they can really bump their rates. You know, the whole supply and demand things work in there, and we need to get vocational schools and technical schools brought up to better standards to get more folks trained on this stuff. You know, wages for shop techs are going up, so I would think we could attract some people into that line of work, that profession, so to speak, that maybe traditionally we wouldn't see. And so there's a lot of things that need to happen here. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen overnight, but it won't happen at all unless, you know, we start to make the effort to fix some of these problems. And I agree with you. It's getting out of hand. It absolutely is. And we're getting to the point where as EPA throws mandate after mandate after mandate out and the technology becomes more and more advanced to deal with it, it really starts to hurt the owner operator and the small fleet. And we're going to end up with just 3 or 4 trucking companies. You know, maybe it's Amazon, Walmart, JB Hunt, and Schneider that are going to be UPS, going to be the only people that can afford to actually buy and run trucks. And that doesn't do anybody any good. It cripples the economy. It's not good for anybody involved. It's not good for the people that build the trucks. It's not good. It's a bad situation, and it's something that we really need to address.
Well, you know, let's talk about that a minute. Okay. Let's say, you know, here in the last couple of years, we've seen a rash of like these 3 and 4 owner, let's say you own 3 or 4 dealerships, you know, or maybe he had 1 dealership.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it was Volvo or Mack or Peterbilt or KW, they come down and said, okay, said, this is what we're going to do. And this happened at Peterbilt, and you know who I'm talking about with the big R. Went over there and bought off all them damn Peterbilt dealerships, and then he got almost a monopoly. And Peterbilt wild up said, "Hey, you ain't buying no more. I mean, you go there and buy a part, he could charge you what he wanted to." And the thing that really stopped me from going to a dealership anymore. And is this guy that I deal with, I'm not calling no names, but me and him go back 40 years, and he become the general manager of this dealer. And one day I was in there, and I had a little small problem. I mean, it was something I could have fixed, but I just didn't want to get greasy. And so I pulled in there. Yeah, we'll get right on it. Well, I waited, and he come out and said, let's go to dinner. So he takes me to dinner, and we get finished eating dinner, and he tells me, he said, don't blow a gasket. But said, I've had 2 of the big trucking companies that we got contracts with that we guarantee we'll have their truck in a shop bay in 1 hour.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
They pushed my truck back out in the parking lot, and I went around and told her, I said, tear the damn ticket up on that ticket right there. But you know what people fail to realize, Joe, is 75% of the freight that is moved every day in this country is moved on owners of 6 or less.
No, you're 100% right. That's exactly right. And what you're talking about is exactly what I want to try to address here. And you're 100% right. You get moved to the back of the line. You don't have that economy of scale, and they just flick you off to the side, and you really suffer because of that. So I agree with everything that you're saying.
And I was looking here a year or two ago, or maybe getting a older model, a newer model used truck. But my trucking career is over in 3 years. I mean, my wife's going to retire, and we're pretty well where we can get out of it. And I was thinking about, going down and looking at maybe a newer used truck. And I got to looking at it, and right now there's a glut of these newer model trucks that they can't move. And then when I saw the shop rates and stuff, and hearing some of the horror story people was talking about, I said, there ain't no way. I said, I'll just keep old Betsy, and me and her bump up and down the road, and we have a problem, we'll just go to who we can. No, because, I've got a pretty good network of mechanics that can work on this thing and get me going across, I-40, I-20. But, when I heard you, I appreciate you going up there and arguing and watching it for what's going on, because they got that they can't see the head for the rear ends, and they don't understand what's fixing to happen. But the one thing I got to say, Donald Trump said it good as anybody. There is too much damn technology on these cars, pickups, trucks, and everything. Because, like you say, there's a tech shortage, and if anything falls in the loop between the computer being able to diagnose it and it's going back to just good old mechanic work, you're spending $200 sitting that hour while they're trying to figure it out the whole time. That load that you got and the freight rates ain't going up. And it's a never-ending fight out here.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and it will progress to the point where it's going to end up where only a very select few are going to be able to buy the product, and what you're talking about getting bumped at the shop, that will get worse and worse, and it'll be harder and harder for the small fleet and the owner-operator to move freight, and we do move the majority of freight, and that creates an economic problem for the United States as a whole. It creates a national security problem because we're not being able to move freight. We really learned how important truck drivers are during the pandemic, to keep the hospital supplied and keep the food moving. Without owner operators and small fleets, that doesn't happen. And the government needs to be more mindful and respectful of that. And we need to get some help here on the back end to start to rectify some of these situations you're talking about, because everything you outlined is real. It happens on a daily basis, and that needs to be fixed. It needs to be addressed.
Okay, as we wind things down here, final question from me, Joel. How do we do more would be the question, or what might the next steps to developing new technology support infrastructure be?
Yeah, this is a really good question, and there's not really a clear-cut answer to this, and it's something that I'm going to devote some of the resources from my company, Alpha Drivers Testing and Consulting, to. I have a lot of connections at the OEM levels and with the component manufacturers. I'm going to kind of lay out a blueprint on a possible way forward for this, and maybe put an open letter out to EPA, DOT, DOE, FMCSA, all the kind of alphabet agencies that have control over our lives and our funding that happens, to maybe spur the discussion a little bit more about this. I was pretty encouraged with the folks at DOE that when I brought some of these issues up, they seem to be genuinely concerned about them. I don't know that DOE on its own is the right agency, but I'm going to pursue this a little bit more. So, if folks have some ideas, on some things that might need to happen, I am definitely open to that. And when I get something drafted, I'm going to get it out there into social media, and of course I'll get it over to you, Steve, so you can check it out. And I'm going to try and move forward with this and try to press everybody involved a little bit more about taking care of the owner operators and the small fleet people.
Okay, and one final question via email from one of our listening friends in California. He says, Joel, I'm thinking of upgrading my RV to a large fifth-wheel trailer. If I purchase a pre-DEF retired tractor as a pool vehicle, am I going to have any emission issues as far as registration yet now or in the future out here in California, because we have the CARB doing roadside emissions checks?
Wow. I couldn't answer that for sure. I've had some discussions with CARB in the past, but not on that specific topic. They do have a pretty good information network. If you get online, they may be able to help you out, but I just couldn't answer that question.
Okay, fair enough. For like Dan was asking earlier, give him the website again where you're saying you can read up about a lot of good information. What was the name of that website again?
NACFE, NACFE.org.
NACFE, NACFE.org.
Yep.
All right. All righty, Joel. Well, we had some great questions this morning, and I guess we'll just settle in, back to the old grind. Back on the road for you later today, I guess?
Yeah, I think so. I'll probably be running later on this evening. I might actually end up down in your area making a delivery or two.
Okay. And then we'll chat with you once again next week if all goes as planned on a Monday morning. Between now and then, I guess, have your snow shovel ready, because it sounds like you might be breaking that out later this week.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to have to drag the snowblower back out, so...
Believe it or not, I had mine it was still outside, backside of the house, and I actually put it out in the shed this past. I said, you know what? I think we're done with the shovel this season. I don't think I'm going to have to break mine out, but some of you a little further to the north, you actually may.
Yeah, up here on the lake, I think we're going to get some. We might get a couple inches, so we'll see. I'll let you know.
Good times. All right, have a great week there, Joel. And as always, thanks for taking some time out to join us here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Awesome, Steve. Talk to you later. Bye.
Have a good morning. There you go. All right, we'll come back with more on our traveler's weather, as I mentioned, just ahead here. And we'll get back to, what do you say, kind of business as usual, some of the latest, what's going on, latest developments over the weekend as we kind of catch up here on a Monday morning. A big story on our Friday morning show, of course, we were discussing what was the developing story that unfolded just before our program started at the midnight hour, Thursday night into Friday morning, and that was the shooting in Indianapolis at the FedEx facility there. And we got more details, more information. They've identified the shooter. Of course, one of the big topics of discussion that's going to be coming to the surface is proposals for new gun legislation, looking at what they call these red flag rules and laws around the country. Rather interesting that in the state of Indiana, they do have such a thing, the red flag laws. The shooter purchased these 2 assault rifles last year. In 2020. He's a 19-year-old. He legally purchased the rifles, one in July and one in September. Question, how was he able to purchase said weapons? Because you go back to January of 2020, the shooter's mother had called law enforcement, not sure if it was police or FBI, stating that she was concerned about her son threatening to commit suicide by cop. He was visited by law enforcement. They did confiscate a shotgun from his home. He was put in a mental facility for an evaluation. think one of those 72-hour deals that if you're in law enforcement, you know what that's all about. So that being the case, how did this slip through the cracks? And he was able to purchase these weapons. We'll discuss more on that and so much more as we roll into a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
More than 30,000 Russian troops have been massing near their border with Ukraine as tensions in the area continue to rise between the two countries over Russian-backed separatists operating in the east of Ukraine. The United States and the European Union have vocalized their support for Ukraine, but many worry that a full-blown conflict is inevitable. French President Emmanuel Macron says that he would prefer to see a diplomatic solution to the crisis, but tells CBS News that if Western powers are going to draw red lines with Russia, they have to ensure that they'll be respected.
I think we have to be clear and tough. It was a failure of a naive approach vis-à-vis Russia. I'm definitely in favor of discussion with Russia, with an open, quiet and respectful discussion with Russia. But I think that when we put red lines, we have to be sure to be credible and to make these red lines respected by the others.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The Consumer Product Safety Commission has issued a warning concerning a popular treadmill. John Clemens has the story.
The warning was issued to owners of the Peloton Tread Plus that has a price tag of $4,300 after 39 incidents, one of which resulted in death. Joseph Mardiak is with the Consumer Product Safety Commission.
Any consumer using the Peloton Tread Plus who has or could have a pet, a child, or an object around this device, this warning is for you. You should not be using this treadmill because it has the capability in almost 40 cases of sucking the child or the object or the pet underneath, and we've had serious injuries, entrapment, they've been pinned, they've had abrasions, they've had multiple fractures, and of course, sadly, the fatality.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
COVID-19 became the third leading cause of death in the United States in 2020, killing about 375,000 Americans. But in one major city, it was surpassed by another public health crisis. Jeremy Scott reports.
In San Francisco, 255 deaths were recorded from the coronavirus last year, killing nearly 3 times as many. Accidental drug overdoses at 713. These numbers are from preliminary data released by the city's Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says that the largest increase in the number of overdose deaths nationwide occurred in March and May, coinciding with the first lockdowns. In a statement, the CDC said the increases in drug overdose deaths appear to have accelerated during the COVID-19 pandemic. Fentanyl has begun more overdose deaths than any other drug. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And NASA's Ingenuity helicopter is set to attempt to take flight on the surface of Mars early Monday morning. The vehicle's first flight has been delayed twice as engineers at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab completed some extra testing on the helicopter. Should Monday's test flight be a success, it would be the first time that a human-controlled vehicle took flight on the surface of another planet. Former NASA astronaut Jose Hernandez says it would be an incredible technical achievement. He tells Fox News about the difficulties of flying through the Martian atmosphere.
The gravitational pull of Mars is 37% of the Earth, but this is why you need, for a little 4-pound helicopter, you need a 4 feet wingspan and rotational speed of about 4,200 RPMs to get that lift capability on that planet.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, it's time to check out part of the update there. NASA's going to attempt to launch the helicopter on Mars. Yeah, it's sometime this morning. And I was trying to check the schedule here. So I pulled up nasa.gov, and what do we see here? April 19th, 6:15 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll get an update. Mission Control live update on Ingenuity helicopter's first flight attempt. Okay, so I guess at some point, all the data that comes back from Mars, it takes time for that information to get here, so I don't know exactly what time they're going to try that, and it's the kind of thing we'll be able to watch maybe live, through the NASA website or something. I'll have to ask Philip about that if he checks in next hour or so. All right, let's get mentioned travelers' weather. Yeah, getting ready for the kind of the return of old man winter. Forecasters tracking a potent cold front that is going to bring a swath of snow and cold to the Rockies today and then progress east. The cold across the center of the country sets the stage for a swath of snow that will stretch from the Midwest to the Great Lakes from Tuesday through Wednesday. So dry conditions hold on today across the Midwest. Highs in the mid-50s to low 60s. The snow begins to unfold further to the west. Then the temperatures come crashing down Monday night as the storm approaches. Snow begins to fall across Kansas, Nebraska, and Missouri early Tuesday, before then overspreading Iowa, Illinois, and Indiana into Tuesday afternoon. It's a rather fast-moving system as it races into the Midwest. As such, snowfall amounts over 4 or 5 inches will be limited southwest of the Great Lakes. At this point in time, AccuWeather expects a few inches of snow to fall from southern Missouri to Indiana during the day Tuesday, including cities like Kansas City, Chicago, and Indianapolis. During the day, temperatures will be marginally cold enough in parts of the Ohio Valley for some of that to accumulate. As the storm moves through the Great Lakes Tuesday night, the colder air and slightly slower storm system should allow for some heavier snowfall totals. There will be a swath of steady snow, more likely from northeastern Indiana, northwestern Ohio, on up into southern Ontario, where 6 to 12 inches may fall. Could see some totals approaching 15 inches as this storm moves northeast. Yeah, leaves have not emerged on the trees over much of the zone that's going to get the accumulating snow, but the buds have emerged and the blossoms have begun. Yeah, this could cause more of that snow to adhere to the trees than usual, especially since it's going to be one of those wet, heavy snows. That added weight may cause some limbs to sag and break, could come down on power lines. We could be talking some power outages. While much of the accumulating snow across the region may be on non-paved surfaces, it's not too late in the season for some slippery roads to develop. Snow may cause some disruptions. Any wet, slushy areas on roads could freeze on Tuesday night, as the temperatures are expected to dip below freezing in many areas. Then another wave of cold is forecast to filter in behind the storm, more intense than the cold preceding it. In fact, Tuesday night, as overnight low temperatures will be near record levels in Kansas City, St. Louis, Chicago, and Indianapolis. The source of this air mass is north of the Arctic Circle, plowing southward across the central and northern portions of Canada. Record low of 29 degrees for Kansas City, set back in 1982. You've got a shot at tying that record Tuesday night. St. Louis, you may come within striking distance of the record low of 32 from 1904, with the low set to reach 33. Indianapolis and Chicago, you're also going to be experiencing near record cold Tuesday night. To add a little perspective, if this pattern was occurring in mid-January or mid-February, temperatures would likely be well below zero at night over a large portion of the plains, the Midwest, and the Great Lakes. In the wake of the midweek storm, the cold's going to stick around. Things will dry out across much of the Midwest and the Northeast. That'll see some accumulating snowfall. Temperatures going to be running 10 to 20 degrees below normal, probably right through the rest of the week through Friday. By next weekend, we should see a pocket of milder air bring conditions closer to normal for this time of year. But my, back to a taste of old man winter here as we head into the 19th day of April. Good grief. All right, back at it on a Monday morning. Let's get back to the calls. I put Monkey Gouger back in queue there because I figured he had some additional things to chime in on. How was your weekend in general there, Monkey Gouger?
Steve, I appreciate you holding me over. I really enjoyed that show tonight. I got to give Joe accolades. He really put a lot of insight to what's going on. Weekend was good. We worked all weekend. We were on the way to Marina Del Rey. Got to make a stop tomorrow night, and we're going home and see if we can't knock some more of them fish in the head. But next time you talk to old Grump, call him Flash.
Flash?
Yeah. We were unloading in Fort Worth, Texas. You know, they had a round of storms come through there Friday. And I mean, boy, it come through there about 2 o'clock in the morning with a vengeance. And so they called us to the door. He was on one side of the building, I was on the other side. He called me and said, "Hey," so when this rain lets up, said, "You got any com checks?" I said, "Yeah, I got some." I said, "How many you need?" He said, "Oh, just a couple." I said, "Well, I'll bring you 4 or 5 around there when the storm lets up." So, you know, there was a little pause in it, you know, kind of lightened up. I said, "Well, I'm coming round there." He said, "I'll be waiting on you." So I run round there to where he was at and handing the com checks that we were standing up there talking, right? You know? And Steve, a lightning bolt come out the sky and hit the back of his trailer. And where we were standing, we were right side of the building, and Grump was standing in front of me. And when it flashed, it hit him, and I turned around, man, I hauled ass. I thought he was right behind me.
Yeah.
And man, I took off up through that boy. And I got around there to where I was under a shed. Looked around, no grump. I said, what the hell you reckon happened to him? So I got back to the truck. He was calling me, said, hey, you need to come back around here. So I got hit. That lightning bolt knocked me on my rear end.
Really?
And I said, dude, yeah, I mean, I got a little tingle out of it, but I reckon he got the blunt of it. And he said it knocked me up on the truck. So I got a big old gash in my knee. And I thought, yeah, okay. Went round there and the old boy wasn't joking. So all day Friday, all I did was call him Flash. But you know, man, that you never know about your situation you're going to get in, you know. I mean, we thought the thing had blown over. And
had you heard any? Heard any thunder? Was it like an approaching storm? That you heard some thunder off in the distance or whatever, or no?
No, sir, nothing.
Wow!
And that day come down so fast that we didn't even hear no thunder off of. All I heard was, and you know, my instinct was just to take off. He said, "I'll tell you one thing." He said, you might be old and a little bit overweight, but he said, there ain't nothing wrong with your legs. You look like a lightning bolt running around.
Wow.
I said, buddy, it was time to get the hell out of Dodge, man. I had to go. But other than that, everything was went real well, man. I mean, good trip so far. A lot of traffic. Don't know where all these people are going, but been a lot of traffic on 40 for the last day and a half. And Steve, that's about all I got tonight. And,
all right. Well, I guess
we'll try and holler at you tomorrow out on the way back.
All right. I guess we're lucky Grump's still with us. Hell, I mean, you know, it's lightning strikes. They'll kill you in just like that. Boom. Drop you right now. So that was mighty close call. All right, Grump, if you're out there listening, glad you're okay. My. Heading up on 18 past the hour. All right, we'll get back to your calls ahead. You want to jump on board? Here we are on a Monday. It's 844-3388. Now, I was talking about it was actually a former FedEx employee. Kind of suspected that might be the case. Disgruntled employee. The investigation's ongoing. We'll probably never know exactly what was going through his mind because he took his own life. But a trace of the two guns found by investigators at the scene revealed the suspect, 19-year-old Brandon Hull of Indianapolis, legally bought the rifles in July and September of last year. They did not share where he bought the guns, citing the ongoing investigation, but said Hull was witnessed using both rifles during the assault. Deputy Police Chief Craig McGart said Hull began firing randomly at people in the parking lot late Thursday there, killing 4 there before entering the building, fatally shooting 4 more, and then turning the gun on himself. Now, Indiana has a red flag law, which allows police or courts to seize guns from people who show warning signs of violence. They've had this since 2005. They were one of the first states to actually enact these sort of laws after an Indianapolis police officer was killed by a man whose weapon had been returned despite his hospitalization months earlier for an emergency mental health evaluation. The law's intended to prevent people from purchasing or possessing a firearm if they're found by a judge to present an imminent risk either to themselves or others, which he fit that criteria perfectly. Authorities have 2 weeks after seizing someone's weapon to argue in the court. Sorry about that. if they're found to be a threat to themselves. Officials have not said whether a judge made any sort of red flag ruling in Hull's case. Special agent in charge of the FBI's Indianapolis office said agents actually questioned him last year after his mother called police to say her son might commit suicide by cop. The FBI was called after items were found in his bedroom. They didn't elaborate on what they were, but he said agents found no evidence of a crime. They did not immediately identify Hull as espousing any sort of racially motivated ideology. Police report obtained by the Associated Press did show officers seized a pump-action shotgun from his home after responding to the mother's call. That gun was never returned. So there, again, begs the question. Somewhere there was a lack of communication, something I would assume not entered into a database, which should have come up. That's the red flag that's supposed to come up when you do the FBI background check. Am I understanding that correctly? So we'll see how that all unfolds, but do the red flag laws actually work? Guess that's the bigger question. Because they had it in Indiana, and it darn sure didn't work this time in this particular case. Sadly. All right, get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Chevy Guy. What's going on this Monday?
Just same old, I reckon, and that's a good thing. That's how we put food on the table. How about it? I assume you've read that. I'm going to talk about that story. It's just different what I called about. But you said in the story, I assume you read it, and written. It said 2 assault weapons.
Correct.
Well, it could have just been considered two rifles. That'll work. Because he could have had 2 pistols. You could have had just anything else. But they're going to go after the gun. It's just going to feed these idiots. But they're going to try to take it from the average American citizens and deny them their ability to protect themselves at a time where it seems like, especially if you live in a city, just think about those 2 standing in front of their house with a huge crowd, defended their home and their life with 2 weapons. So, I think these crowds and these riots, all this have proven Governor Cuomo wrong. He said, what do you need? You don't need a 15-round rifle to hunt a deer. No, you need weapons to protect yourself when the police departments can't do it. And we've got a whole bunch of people that don't have any respect for police departments. So what it comes down to, this whole episode, the very thing that even some have fought for and against, the background check. It needs to be tuned. And if anybody threatens anybody with a weapon, that should be the education in high school. If you ever decide to buy a firearm, one of the things about responsibility is if you threaten anybody with it and are threatened to do anything, even if you don't have one, then you'll be on the list where you'll never own one. Because that's the first thing about a firearm is mental capacity to how to operate one. And this whole story just failed on a background check. But I guarantee you one thing, it wasn't a Trump supporter so far, because if he had a red MAGA hat on, or he had a history of Trump support, man, his story would be plastered all over the place. So, and that's a shame, but to say it that way, but it looks like whatever. The other thing was the young man that was on earlier. The only thing I remember back in the 90s they were talking about Volvo, and company was getting in some Volvos. We had the FLDs, 120s, and they were getting the Volvos in, and they were showing how safe they are in the crashes. And to me, I'm sorry, but we're driving these great big egg crates. I mean, there's nothing here. I mean, it's a big eggshell. You can go to see these crashes. There's one sitting down in Charleston right now. It's either a Century or a Columbia sleeper cab, and the thing is crushed in from the driver's side right up to the center bar in the windshield. I mean, it obviously caught fire. Driver safety, I got it. Fuel mileage, gain. But I was wondering if anybody's still talking about driver safety. And to me, it seemed like what these trucks do need is some kind of fire depressant for the cab, because we're surrounded with all this plastic that burns real quick. We're sitting on top anywhere from 100 to 300 gallons of diesel. And what we do need is something that racing, NASCAR, drag racing, what we all do need out here is a cage built into the structure, where it'd be almost indestructible to crush a cab on a semi. Since we got all that, I've seen headache racks, and it's a joke. I've seen loads come right through, push the headache rack right through the back of a sleeper cab. So I just, to me, it seemed like, along with everything else, they're sacrificing driver safety to get that fuel mileage in, and I get it. But I'm sorry. I just listened to him. He talks to us about, and I get it. He's government says you got to do it, so we don't argue. We got to do it. But man, my whole misery right now is with a computer-controlled truck, and I take it down. They've had it on computers. Of course, it's Mercedes, and this last time I went by, we did everything. So I just got to live with this thing, and it does something different every day. So, this technology stuff is. That one question I wanted to ask him back in the day, I remember, I think either CFI or one of these companies said that they had the ability to speed their truck up when they got into the Appalachians, and then they would cut it back, so the truck was able to climb the mountain. And then going from the western side of the Appalachians till they got to the Rockies, and then the truck would speed up, get more horsepower. I mean, is all these trucks he's talking about, are they going to be outside controlled by a company like that? And then again, how does that put our trucking industry at risk from hostile entities? So I imagine he's heard that. Maybe he can answer. And also, one thing, I apologize to Grump for going off on him about me being so-called giddy about the numbers. So I'm glad he survived the lightning strike, and I definitely didn't have anything to do for it. I only pray for the best for Steve Summers Overnight Drive family. 10-4.
That's one thing we can.
Other than that, I will sit back and copy the mail.
All right, that's one thing. He can now scratch that off of his bucket list, being struck by lightning. Nobody wants that.
Yeah, when the storm comes, you want to go stand next to him now, because it don't stack twice. 10-4.
That's what they always try to tell us, isn't it? Don't know if it's true or not. But, okay, plenty of room for you as we roll into a Monday. Lines available. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that half of all Americans 18 and older have now received at least one dose of COVID vaccine. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention announced Sunday that about 130 million people 18 and over have received at least one shot. About 84 million people, a little more than a quarter of all Americans, have now been fully vaccinated. Both of those numbers are expected to increase quickly as eligibility for vaccines will open up for all people 16 and older nationally on Monday. And Russian activists are calling for a day of protest later this week as opposition leader Alexei Navalny is reportedly near death in a Russian prison. Navalny was arrested in January after returning from Germany, where he sought treatment after being poisoned by a Soviet-era nerve agent. Authorities sentenced him to 2.5 years in prison for violating a suspended sentence in a fraud case, something that Navalny says was politically motivated. He began a hunger strike in prison 3 weeks ago after being refused to be allowed to be seen by a private doctor for severe back pain. This is USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. That's 800-882-2093.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we pick up there on a Monday morning. Back to the old grind. Everybody gets settled in here. Let me see. Got an update from Kyle this past day. Hot Shot Secret racing season. Yeah, racing season back underway. And it looks like a lot of action coming up here over the next few days. Starting here with the 19th, coming up the 22nd through the 24th. We'll start things off with the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion at Virginia Motorsports Park. You can watch the live feed. Hot Shot Secret sponsoring the live feed on Flow Racing of the 21 Outlaw Streetcar Reunion, Virginia Motorsports Park in Petersburg, Virginia. So there you go. All right, I'll be able to catch that with my Flow Racing subscription. Saw some really good dirt track racing over the weekend. A lot of action on the tracks. Let's see. Right about the same time, the 23rd and the 24th, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. It's Rudy's Spring Truck Jam at Piedmont Dragway. The big one, as they call it, ODSS, is back. The season opener for the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, 23rd and 24th, Piedmont Dragway in Julian, North Carolina. Hot Shot Secret is the Pro Street Class sponsor and the official fuel additive of ODSS. Hot Shot Secret will have a booth at the race there, and the Hot Shot Secret Firepunk S10 will be running, along with many other Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers. Let's see. For event information, that's via Facebook. What else we got? On the 24th, Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series, the Golden State Diesel Fest at Sacramento Raceway Park. You know, they've got so much going on this coming week. You got to have to pick and choose where you're going to go. Kyle did mention he's got a flight to California this week. So I guess that's the event he's going to be at. Another big one. Diesel drag racing returns to the West Coast. This is the inaugural season opener race for the brand new West Coast Diesel Drag Racing Series. Hot Shot Secret is the title sponsor of the new Whole Shot Diesel Series, which kicks off at Sacramento Raceway Park, Sacramento, California, April the 24th. There you go. Kyle will be in attendance in the booth there, and many Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers will be on the track there. All right, there you go. Busy schedule coming up, racing-wise, coming up this week. That's your straight line racers. Good times. All righty. A couple of interesting industry headlines here. I guess first and foremost, many of you may be interested in this from our friends at OOIDA, a temporary increase in the allowable percentage that businesses can deduct for food and drink expenses at restaurants may actually benefit some truckers. I guess about 10 days ago, the Internal Revenue Service and the Treasury Department issued guidance related to the Taxpayer Certainty and Disaster Relief Act of 2020. The act added a temporary exception to the 50% limit on the amount that businesses may deduct for food or beverages. The temporary exception allows a 100% deduction for food or beverages from restaurants starting January 1 of this year through December 31 of next year. Businesses can claim 100% of their food or beverage expenses paid to restaurants as long as the business owner or an employee of the business is present when food or beverages are provided, and the expense is not lavish or extravagant under the circumstances as they describe it. Section 274N2 for meals and entertainment expenses. Now, for self-employed truckers, this change could be a benefit in some instances where drivers eat out at restaurants a lot. According to Taxation Solutions, while the guidance modifies one section of the rules, it does not address the section covering travel expenses. Fowler specializes in tax accounting for commercial truckers, says a number of requests have been made to both the IRS and the Small Business Administration for some additional clarification. He said, for now, if you plan on taking the deduction, you should save all your meal receipts and talk to your tax professional about which option, claiming 100% of the meal receipts or claiming the standard per diem deduction, would be best for you. It's important to note, owner-operators cannot claim 100 of the meals and the per diem. So if you're spending more than the per diem rate of $66 at restaurants, then the 100% deductibility will come into play. I said this change, just like the per diem deduction, would apply only to owner-operators, not to employee drivers. Okay, so there you go. That may come in handy, right? It's 844-844-3388. And good morning, Pappy. What's happening?
Good evening, Steve. How are you, sir?
Doing well. How was your weekend? You're on a 2-week...
yeah, it was a great weekend.
You're on a 2-week vacation right now.
I am. And just like I said, I'd be listening to Mr. Steve Summers.
How about that?
Joel, man.
Even on vacation, he's listening in, man. That's a dedicated fan. Thank you, Pappy.
Well, first of all, Steve, listen, man, prayers out to the mate families that lost a soul up there in Indianapolis.
Right.
All the way up, including that 19-year-old boy. What a shame, man. Listen, we talked about these red flag laws before. Man, you're going down a slippery slope there. We're talking about constitutional God-given rights here. It's not like driving privileges. Your driver's license is a privilege. It's not a right.
Yeah.
If you get a DUI, driving under the influence, and you get in a crash, and it's a fatal crash, and you end up killing somebody as a result of that, and you get convicted, you will lose your driver's license for life. Is that going to stop anybody from getting behind the wheel and driving?
No, happens every day, right?
Steve, I'm telling you, the amount of people that we stop under suspended driver's license, having multiple DUIs, it's crazy. I told you that story the other night about that gentleman that had 3 CCW convictions along with weapons under disability convictions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when we made that arrest, he's carrying a gun on him. And that's not counting his other arrest that got him to the point where he couldn't carry a gun. Man, I'll tell you, Steve, when you take somebody's liberty away from them, is what you're doing, what we call pink slipping them, because the officer feels they're a threat to themselves or others. Honestly, these are a dime a dozen, Steve. We do these all the time. They're almost as dangerous as going to a domestic run, because, man, we're not trained psychiatrists, we're not trained doctors, but yet we get the call when a family member calls and says, hey, my 19-year-old son's threatening to kill himself, by suicide by cop.
Mm-hmm.
And what do? Call the cops. It just makes no sense to me, Steve. But when you do this, we do have the right to confiscate some firearms, that are in the house. And 10 times out of 10, they will get them firearms back. So I don't know if these red flag laws will do any good at all. They don't stop people from driving that are under suspension. They don't stop people from carrying guns that aren't allowed to. They're repeat offenders. I wish I had the answers. I wish, you probably wish you had the answers to stop this craziness. But the fact is, there's crazy people out there that are going to do crazy things. And in fact, if he was red flagged, he could still get a gun. He could still get a car and drive through a crowd of people or however he wanted to do it. But the red flag laws, man, I just think it's a slippery slope. I don't think it's an answer to the problem.
Okay.
If don't know what his history was like, well, I can tell you right now, that news piece you read there on him saying that the FBI was called. Well, I'm telling you right now, the FBI didn't get that call to go to his house. If Pappy's sitting here and my daughter calls and says, hey, Pappy's wigging out, man, somebody better come here and take him away in a straitjacket, the FBI don't show up. There was something else there that when the police showed up, right?
Okay.
They found something, which the article didn't allude to, but they found something where the officers that showed up felt that, hey, maybe we need to put a call into the FBI to maybe get this guy investigated. When you start going through them steps, then, if this boy had a history of psychotic behavior, then I'm all for, maybe step in and saying, hey, man, the guy is unstable. He should not have a gun. But that's not going to stop him from getting one.
So, if they took the shotgun and it was never returned, which, if I understand, that means at some point, like within 2 weeks of their taking that shotgun, a judge had to make a determination that, mentally he wasn't allowed to have it back. Is that correct?
Different states, different departments, different counties, they have different rules, regs, laws.
Okay.
I know in our county, if we did that and we confiscate them, usually we're not required. It's we tag that gun and put it on a property tag, and it's held for 30 days and then released, because we don't have the right to confiscate that thing. I mean, we have a right to confiscate it, but we don't have a right to keep it. You follow me?
Okay.
So we hold it for 30 days. And usually, it's not like he's arrested and going in front of a judge. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
So when they get released from the hospital, 30 days later, they can show up to the property room and get that weapon out. Now, there's times when we arrest people and they go in front of a judge and we confiscated weapons. Yes. Then a judge can make a determination whether, that weapon will get seized and destroyed or given back to that person. If that makes sense.
Okay, and technically, with the red flag laws in Indiana, should he have been? Should when you run the FBI background check, which obviously they had to do last year in July and September, should he have been flagged as not able to make those purchases?
I don't know. I don't know if once you are committed, right?
Uh-huh.
Under Indiana's law, is a doctor required to sign off on him saying yes or no, that he's going to be put on that list? But like I'm telling you, Steve, these red flag laws, people can call up and say things. You got an ex-wife that's mad at you, a girlfriend that just broke up.
Yeah.
Can call and who knows, Steve, I'm telling you that the things that people do out here is just crazy. The things that people will do and say and make up. And you get to that point to where you start having doctors responsible for signing off on somebody to be able to carry a firearm or own a firearm. Now you're putting that doctor in a position where if I was a doctor and, the government comes to me and says, hey, we want your sign off on this dude saying he can have a firearm, I'm not signing that. That's going to put that doctor liable now.
Mm. But it's all
there's no doctor, that would sign off.
It's all a slippery slope, though.
Yes, sir. Slippery slope. Then again, like I said, we are talking about constitutional rights here. Not a privilege to own a firearm. It's a right. Now, you can get them taken away, but it's not as easy as just taking somebody's driver's license.
Okay.
If I'm making sense.
Sure. Yeah. So I guess
hey, listen, man.
Right on the heels of Indianapolis, I guess they had a guy go into a bar down in Texas or something. Saturday night or something? Sunday morning, come back and shoot 3. I think he knew, according to what I'm hearing, he targeted. He knew he must have had an argument with him or something, and came back and said, here's what you get.
Steve, it happens all the time. It's in the last 10, 15 years, the media is real. Did you see where and on Facebook, the local news posted this and forgive me, I can't remember where it was. I just read it a couple hours ago. An officer made a traffic stop. I'll share it to you if you want.
Yeah.
An officer made a traffic stop, pulled this guy over. The guy was in a white pickup truck. They were on the highway, so he goes to the passenger side to make his approach. He's talking to the guy. He notices the guy has an AR-15 in the front seat. He tells the guy, hey, man, I just want to secure that rifle from you, for your safety and mine. The driver steps out with the rifle. He's walking back towards the tailgate. The officer's walking back towards the tailgate. And that guy pulled up that rifle and killed that cop.
Really?
Shot him 11 times.
Wow. Hadn't seen that.
Yeah. And even after watching that, Steve, I still say it's a slippery slope. You got people out there that are willing to do crazy things.
Yeah.
And there's a price we got to pay for freedom. And unfortunately, things like this happen. Don't know what the circumstances were, why this guy did that. I don't know. You know, a lot of these incidents that occur, we never know. We never know what really happened. What caused somebody to just snap. I'll see if I can dig that up, and I might have to send it to you via Facebook because I don't know if I can email it to you.
Okay, yeah. I did a quick search. I guess this was was April 14th. I'm seeing the story out of Burleson, Texas. Is that the one?
I think so. It was Local 12, WKRC, that posted it on their website.
Okay,
or Facebook
all right. Then you had the proposal last week. Talking about police are no longer they don't want police to handle traffic stops. We're going to have unarmed patrols to handle routine traffic stops. That's a brilliant idea, right?
You know what? Hammer down, baby. Get in that hammer lane and put it down. Because they know. But you know what? Who's going to go out there, Steve? Every time you pull over a car, man, they say the driver's scared. It's the truth. I've been pulled over. I don't like seeing the lights behind me.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing this for 28 years, Steve. I get it. But let me tell you something. That police officer's just as damn nervous as you are. He has no idea who he's pulling over. No clue who this person is that they are pulling over because they were speeding down the highway.
Yep. All right.
So,
well, Pappy,
there's tensions on both sides. There's tensions on both sides. So
Sure.
if everybody just behaves themselves, everything will go great.
I did see the one video last week where the police are coming up on the guy, and he had been firing at him the passenger side with I think it was an AK-47, but he starts unloading that thing into the cop's windshield. I mean, that officer's lucky to be alive.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Prayers out to Grump, too. Somebody was on his side that night besides Monkey Gouger. I would have loved to see a video of that, though.
All right. Oh, boy. All right. Well, Packby, thank you so much for checking in. Have a great week and enjoy your time off there. And when you're on that overnight schedule, that's kind of where he finds himself. This is the time of day when you're up and at 'em. You're normally out and about. Another scenario that's going to become quite interesting this week, it appears a verdict may be coming down in the Derek Chauvin trial in Minneapolis this week. Already Minneapolis public schools are closing for in-class learning. Everything's going to stay in home out of concern for what may unfold when the verdict comes down. I guess is it even going to matter? For the second half of this week, I guess today, tomorrow, they'll actually be in class. Some students are returned. They just got back to in-class learning. Derek Chauvin, of course, is the officer that had the knee on George Floyd's neck. We've seen the protest, the riots, that's taken place over the past year plus. We anticipate that a verdict in the Chauvin case could impact in-person learning in Minneapolis public schools. After speaking with county sources, we believe we can best serve students and staff through changing the format for this week. I'm asking everybody to go home. We need to keep the peace in our city, according to the mayor there in Brooklyn Center last week. We need to make sure that there is a tomorrow that people can gather peacefully and continue to express their grief. School officials in their statement said students may be impacted by ongoing protests and cautioned participation. Some students may feel called to participate in collective actions being organized around the city. Minneapolis police also recognize the primary need and your primary desire to keep students safe. We cannot deny the fact that people with ill intentions sometimes take advantage of a community in crisis. Yeah, leaving the school campus should be a family and caregiver decision done while carefully weighing the dangers and concerns of the broader community. But all school events from April 21st to the 23rd are canceled, as well as before and after school childcare programs. They said the district will continue to provide meals for pickup through the week. These plans are based on what we know today. Should the trial activities change, we'll reevaluate, adjust the plans, let families and students know. So, I mean, they're just kind of gearing up, preparing for what could very well be worst-case scenarios. Closing arguments, I guess, are supposed to get underway here, and they say we could have a verdict by this Friday. There's the latest. We'll get a news update here. Come back with more of your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that half of all Americans 18 and older have now received at least one dose of COVID vaccine. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention announced Sunday that about 130 million people 18 and over have received at least one shot. About 84 million people, a little more than a quarter of all Americans, have now been fully vaccinated. Both of those numbers are expected to increase quickly as eligibility for vaccines will open up for all people 16 and older nationally on Monday. And Russian activists are calling for a day of protest later this week as opposition leader Alexei Navalny is reportedly near death in a Russian prison. Navalny was arrested in January after returning from Germany, where he sought treatment after being poisoned by a Soviet-era nerve agent. Authorities sentenced him to 2.5 years in prison for violating a suspended sentence in a fraud case, something that Navalny says was politically motivated. He began a hunger strike in prison 3 weeks ago after being refused to be allowed to be seen by a private doctor for severe back pain. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. John and Chelsea Jubilee here. By now, surely you've heard us on Wayne, and you're wondering, what is this amazing protocol that reverses my medical ailments, helps me gain lean muscle, helps me drop my body fat, and gain hydration?
Well, let me tell you what it is. It's a scientific sequencing of 6 things that you're going to do for 88 days and 2 weeks. And in this scientific sequence, your cells are going to open up and become porous like a sponge instead of like a glass hard marble. Inside is going to come your intercellular hydration, and the eviction notice is coming to all the toxins and inflammation of your body. That's why you reverse. It's so simple. You have Chelsea and I every week as live coaches on a live Zoom call. All you have to do is call us today at 888-444-8895 or log on to energizehealth.com.
Last week, President Biden announced that all U.S. troops would be leaving Afghanistan by this September, ending the longest war in the nation's history. But that decision has been criticized, with some saying that the terrorist threat from that country could reform once troops leave. Secretary of State Antony Blinken defended the president's decision on Sunday, telling ABC's This Week that the U.S. accomplished the goals it had when it initially entered Afghanistan.
We went to Afghanistan 20 years ago, and we went because we were attacked on 9/11. And we went to take on those who had attacked us on 9/11. And to make sure that Afghanistan would not again become a haven for terrorism directed at the United States or any of our allies and partners. And we achieved the objectives that we set out to achieve. Al-Qaeda has been significantly degraded. Its capacity to conduct an attack against the United States now from Afghanistan is not there. And of course, Osama bin Laden was brought to justice 10 years ago. So the president felt that as we're looking at the world now, we have to look at it through the prism of 2021, not 2001.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The world's 2 biggest carbon emitters have vowed to get serious about climate change. Jeremy Scott has the details from the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau.
The United States and China in a joint statement this weekend have agreed to work together on climate change. President Joe Biden is planning to host a virtual summit this week and has invited a few dozen world leaders to participate. Climate change has been among his top priorities. The United States rejoined the Paris Climate Accord in the first hours of his presidency. Biden sent Special Envoy John Kerry to Asia for meetings with his Chinese counterpart last week. The virtual summit is planned for this Friday and Saturday. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
Police in Texas are searching for a suspect wanted in a Sunday shooting that left 3 people dead. Austin police say they're looking for 41-year-old Stephen Nichols Broderick as the tentative suspect in the shooting at an Austin apartment complex. 2 women and a man were pronounced dead at the scene. Broderick is a former Travis County Sheriff's Office detective who was charged last year with the sexual assault of a child. Police say he's considered to be armed and dangerous. And Charles Geschke, the co-founder of software company Adobe and the creator of the PDF file, has died. Geschke co-founded the company with John Warnock in 1982, which would go on to develop a number of groundbreaking creative products. Geschke's own contribution, the portable document format, is one of the most widely used formats for computers today. Geschke also survived a kidnapping in 1992. He was abducted by 2 men outside the company's offices and held for 4 days before police tracked down his whereabouts. Charles Geschke was 81. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, back on a Monday. Where'd we leave off there? Had a lot of talk about cryptocurrency last week. If you were with us, you recall. Spaceman was talking about the whole Dogecoin thing. Dogecoin was up to 44 cents at 10 a.m. Friday morning. He says a $1,000 investment the previous Sunday at 5 cents would be worth $9,000 on Friday. A $10,000 investment Sunday would have been worth $90,000 on Friday. Yeah, I don't know. Did you jump on board there? No, I did see there was, I don't know if you'd call it a crash, but definitely a big-time drop in cryptocurrencies over the weekend then. After the big run-up in prices, ushering in Coinbase's long-awaited market debut last week, the cryptocurrency market plummeted early Sunday after apparently blackouts in China led to massive declines in Bitcoin's mining rates, tanking prices, spurring billions of dollars in liquidations. They just highlight some of the key facts. Overnight crash that started late Saturday tanked the total market capitalization of cryptocurrencies around the globe by about $310 billion in less than 24 hours, shrinking the market from more than $2.2 trillion to less than $1.9 trillion at around 8 a.m. Eastern Time. As of 9:45 a.m. Eastern, the market had climbed back to roughly $1.95 trillion, but the price of Bitcoin, floating at about $54,750, Yeah, down about 10.5% in 24 hours' time. Cryptocurrency liquidations during the flash crash totaled more than $10 billion, according to Byte data. Reaching the highest levels this year as the price of Bitcoin tumbled more than $10,000, below its high of nearly $65,000 last Wednesday. Yeah, they're talking about something known as a hash rate, the sudden losses, a nearly 50% decline in Bitcoin's hash rate, which measures the total processing power being used to mine the cryptocurrency and process the transactions. As a result of blackouts in one specific region of China, which apparently is home to one of the biggest Bitcoin mining networks in the world, that was caused by a coal mine explosion. All right, I guess there was another back on April the 10th. All right, the blackouts took days to tank Bitcoin's hash rate, which plummeted from an all-time high above 215 exahash per second on Wednesday to about 120 exahash per second Sunday. Whatever the heck an exahash is. Guess that's a bunch of hashes. Now, even though the plunge was, like 12%, since the hash rate started falling, Bitcoin, they say, is still up a staggering 750% this year. Yuki, but, all right, back to the calls we go. Morning, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor Steve. Your last article there, all I can say is, huh? I have no idea what in the hell you're talking about, cryptocurrency.
Exahash.
Maybe it's just a fat exahash. Like I said, I have no idea what's going on in the world today. That sounds kind of like the pet rock thing back in the 80s. Everyone wanted a pet rock. Well, you got it. Now what are you doing with it? Oh, just skipping stones in the water. Last Friday, oh, hey, how did your grandson's baseball game go?
They had a great game Saturday. They won that game, and he actually got on base for the first time, so he was pretty happy with that.
Oh, I imagine so. Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. Last Friday you were talking about the top 10 dangerous roads, and you said US 550 was mentioned. And I was going to talk about that, and I completely forgot because I don't know what in the hell. Ooh, butterfly. When I was driving with Snyder National and we were doing the automotive accounts, there was a Chevy Ford account that went through western New Mexico, northwest New Mexico, and southwest Colorado. And I was asleep, so I didn't know how the driver got to where he was, but it was my turn to head back to Colorado Springs. And Snyder has these MCP 200s or 2000s. I can't remember now. It's been a while, but they have this program where Jill comes on and tells you how to get from point A to point B. And she told me, go to Durango and take US 550 north to US 50. And let me tell you, I'm glad, very glad it was at night. Because if I had to do that during the daytime, I would have been commando, because I would have just browned out my skivvies. You're on this damn road. I'm on with a sleeper. I've got a 48-foot trailer behind me, and no kidding. It is just very, very tight on 550. At one point, I was looking down about 5,000 feet to a community that I had to go through, and there was a bunch of switchbacks on 550, and I eventually got back to Colorado Springs, I got in the car and I went up to our offices, and our office manager's like, "Why did you take the route that you took?" I said, "Because that damn program told me to." Oh, the laughter abound in that shop on account of me taking 550. I swear, it may be just a fine and dandy if you want to go for a cruise in your four-wheeler or on your motorcycle, but yeah, don't do it with the semi. I wouldn't do that. This thing Friday morning, Thursday night, Friday morning when it happened. So there were already laws on the books governing this kind of situation with that young man getting these weapons, and they had the red flag laws there. So to me, I have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to legalese and whatnot, but to this layman, it seems like the laws actually worked. The issue was the government agencies not reporting, that this individual has been seen. His mother was concerned, and someone had to sign off on it, and I guess it was a human error, one way or the other, that allowed this to happen. Now, my understanding is 18-year-old can buy a rifle or a shotgun, but you must be 21 to purchase a
handgun.
Pistol. Does that sound about right?
I believe that's correct.
Yep. So, of course, then again, like Pappy says, laws don't mean squat to someone that's going to get it illegally one way or another. So, he brought up with the DWIs, the license being taken away. Yeah, right. It is a privilege to drive on U.S. highways, to be able to get the license to drive. But, in some instances, like this young man, obviously he had issues, and yeah, that's a tough call either way. And with these schools that you're talking about up in I guess on the news feed up there in Minnesota, it don't matter what the verdict is going to be on the Chauvin or the other two cases. These people are animals. They're going to go out and they're going to riot. They're not going to protest. They're going to riot. They're going to loot. And like Eagle says, these owners ought to be in there with the shotgun saying, "You loot, we shoot." It seems like these people are just looking for any excuse to go in, raise hell, raise havoc, burn something, steal stuff. So, it doesn't matter if it goes the way they want it or if it goes opposite of what they wanted. It's just going to be, total chaos. And I've shared something on Facebook that, I would rather get my judgment from a court of law instead of court of public opinion, because you can at least challenge the verdict from the court of law. You can appeal it, but you can't change the minds and mindsets of these idiot lawyers that go out and start spouting absolute crap about, well, the police officer shouldn't have shot my client, or he shouldn't have done what he did. It doesn't give that jurisdiction where they're having the court hearings. I mean, they've already tainted the jury pool with their, emotional outburst. So, I mean, the court of public opinion is dangerous in my opinion. So, damn. And I appreciate you posting my my aggravated status when I was talking about Joe Biden sending the military to defend another country's sovereign border against an aggressor, but he won't do nothing
to our border
to take care of his own
Isn't
border
that something?
here.
Yeah.
It just don't make any damn sense. Maybe to him it does, maybe the dementia, makes it. When the hell did we ever become the world's nanny and babysitter and, Mr. Moneybags? There's no reason for us to be giving up our hard-earned money through taxes as grants for somebody who wants to sit on their ass and do not a damn thing to keep them from supposedly breaking a law. We got enough of our own freeloaders out here that we're dealing with. We don't need to be the money supplier of the world. I'm just absolute tired of it. So, with that, we got ourselves time for a Monday Funny.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, this is going to be a little bit PG-13, and I'm gonna tone it down a little bit. And we're going to Las Vegas, and hopefully we'll go further. But right now, we're just going to go to Las Vegas. There's a madam in a house of adult entertainment is looking through the window, and she sees three individuals that she knows have been rough on her working girls. So she has her girls stall these three men in the foyer of the building, and she goes upstairs and puts an inflatable doll in one bedroom. She comes back down and tells the men, says, well, I've only got one working girl left, and she's upstairs. You just pay your money here, and y'all go one at a time. So the first one gets up there, and you can hear him raising all sorts of hell, whooping and hollering and cheering. He comes back down and says, man, that was the best I've ever had. And she was fantastic. Second guy gets running upstairs, and he is just having at it. You can hear him whooping and hollering. And he comes back down a few minutes later, and he says, oh, I'd love to marry that girl. She was just everything you could ever imagine. The third guy runs upstairs, and by this time, the room's a little hot, so he opens up a window to get the cool breeze in. And all of a sudden, you start hearing him just a whooping and a hollering, just having fun, and all of a sudden, you hear a pop. And shortly after that, he comes downstairs with a perplexed look on his face. And the guys are like, well, didn't you enjoy being with that woman? And he says, well, yeah. And he says, I got kind of rambunctious, and I bit her on the butt. She farted, and then she flew out the window. Ooh, crickets. I hear crickets again.
I know. When I heard when the whole she deflated. Oh man, that's awful.
Yeah. So, anyways, I figured that might bring a chuckle to somebody out there. But yeah, I'll work on it. I promise you, I'll work on it next time. I'll make sure I get something that's a little more funnier than that. So, Steve, you have yourself a good morning, and everybody out there, let's be careful. I've had a few people pass me doing 91 mile an hour and 126, and those were just the two of the most notable ones out here. I don't know what these people in these four-wheelers are thinking. I don't know if they're making any more Fast and Furious movies, but I think they got enough stunt drivers. They don't need any more idiots out here on the road. So everybody be careful out there, and we'll holler at you tomorrow, Steve.
All right, thanks for checking in there. Heat wave, have a great morning. What are we looking at? 25 past the hour. Somebody sent me a link. The video Pappy was talking about earlier. That's unreal. Yeah, you've got the officer approaching the white pickup truck on the passenger side. So, the guy gets out and cocks and starts unloading on the officer. Then off he goes. Very disturbing. You never, like you said, you never know when you pull someone over for whatever it might be. Routine traffic stop. See, looks like they ultimately chase ensued. They did like a pit maneuver on the guy. Then, yeah, he gets out, starts firing on other officers. All right, look at the 25 past the hour. Let's get back to the calls here. Philip checks in from Florida this morning. Good morning, Philip.
Morning, Steve. How you doing, bud?
Doing all right. How was your weekend?
Well, it was okay. Did my usual thing, work. How you? Has Pappy say anything about de-escalation training? Have you heard about that?
De-escalation training. You know, I think I know my son's had to go through that kind of stuff, so.
Well, down in the county I live in, and you can look it up, the sheriff, his name is Mike Chipwood, he's making all his officers go through de-escalation training, and then all the new trainees are going through it too as well when they come into the sheriff's department. His method is to evaluate the situation and see what's going to happen so you can de-escalate it before it gets to the point like it did the other day, like when that lady was they were trying to get that gentleman out of the car.
Yeah.
And that's what he's looking at it from that point of view. But I don't know. It's a crazy situation. And as far as one question I have for Pappy is, I know when weaponry is confiscated, I heard him make the comment about things being confiscated and stuff, and it's held for 30 days. Isn't it? I think when it's in a trial situation, isn't that weapon held until the trial's over with? I've always wondered what happens to that weapon after the trial's done. The evidence, is it destroyed or is it put back to where does it go? You know what I mean, Steve? That was one thing. If you call in next time, I was always wondering about that. Where does that evidence go? Does it go back? Like, say, if it was an owner other than the person that committed the crime or whatnot. But it's a situation up there in Minnesota. Like Heatwave just said, whatever happens is going to happen, and those people are going to burn the town down no matter what. They're up there to cause havoc and all that kind of junk, and it's going to happen. So, but that's pretty much all I got today, Steve. I hope you have a good one, man. Thank you.
All right, and it looks like they're going to attempt to launch that helicopter here sometime, I guess, in the next couple hours, because we're supposed to get an update, I think it's 6:15 from NASA this morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't kept up on the helicopter. I know they'd held off on it. Steve, did you hear about them? One of the probes up there is like low on power.
Yes,
covered about that one?
Covered in dust, and the solar panels aren't able to generate any juice. It's gone into, what do they call it, hibernation mode.
Yeah, they say it's only getting like 23% of what it needs to get to survive. But it's in an area that's really, I guess, a really messed up area where there's a lot of dust and a lot of wind and a lot of stuff going on. And they started stacking the next Starship. So the one that's out on the pad is 15. They have started stacking the next one, and they've got everything going in for the other ones. And pretty soon they're going to be stacking the other booster, that BN2. It's starting its stacking process as well. So they're carrying on down there at Boca Chica. So if anybody wants to see any of that, Steve, I sent you a link to NASA's space flight to one of their sites on YouTube. They're the people to watch. They have a lady down there named Mary who watches every move that they make down there. So if anybody wants to watch that on YouTube, go ahead. It's under NASA space flight is the who's carrying the videos. So.
Okay, very good. I'll check that out.
That's all I got, bud.
All right, have a great day. Be safe down there. It's 844-844 3388. Looks like we got Ronnie coming up next. We'll get to Army, the big moose, on the loose on a Monday. And a couple lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that half of all Americans 18 and older have now received at least one dose of COVID vaccine. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention announced Sunday that about 130 million people 18 and over have received at least one shot. About 84 million people, a little more than a quarter of all Americans, have now been fully vaccinated. Both of those numbers are expected to increase quickly as eligibility for vaccines will open up for all people 16 and older nationally on Monday. And Russian activists are calling for a day of protest later this week as opposition leader Alexei Navalny is reportedly near death in a Russian prison. Navalny was arrested in January after returning from Germany, where he sought treatment after being poisoned by a Soviet-era nerve agent. Authorities sentenced him to 2.5 years in prison for violating a suspended sentence in a fraud case, something that Navalny says was politically motivated. He began a hunger strike in prison 3 weeks ago after being refused to be allowed to be seen by a private doctor for severe back pain. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of Sennett syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sennett syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta Mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
More under the industry headlines. Well, they're back. They're looking to raise your minimum liability insurance requirements in the form of a legislation. It has been introduced, or shall I say reintroduced. Last week, Representative Jesus Garcia announcing he's reintroduced the Insurance Act to raise minimum insurance requirements for motor carriers to reflect increases in the cost of medical treatment. Text of the bill is not yet available. When the bill was initially introduced back in 2019, it pointed out that the current requirement of $750,000 established in 1980 has not been adjusted for inflation since then. From the text of the 2019 version of the bill, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the amount of $750,000 set in 1980 would have the same purchasing power as $4,923,000 and some change in 2019 if it were raised to account for medical cost inflation. The bill also requires the Department of Transportation to adjust the minimum insurance requirement every 5 years to account for inflation relating to medical care. Now, back in 2019, the bill was referred to the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit. It never advanced. Goes on to say families should not be saddled with long-term financial debt after dealing with the devastating injury or loss of a loved one. Still, thousands of families suffer in silence, burdened with insurmountable medical cost after falling victim to catastrophic crashes with trucks. So says Representative Garcia. So the Insurance Act will reduce these undue burdens, increasing the minimum insurance, which has gone unchanged for over 40 years. Right now, you have co-sponsors in Representative Jared Huffman, Henry Hank Johnson Jr., Mondaire Jones, Bernice Johnson, Steve Cohen, Alan Lowenthal. There's a couple of others in the mix there. This has the support of various highway safety groups, including the Truck Safety Coalition, Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways, Parents Against Tired Truckers, the Institute for Safer Trucking, the American Association for Justice, and Road Safe America. Groups like OOIDA have spoken out against an increase in the minimum requirements for truckers, pointing out that this would likely not increase safety. They point to the 2014 study that concluded the vast majority of commercial vehicle-caused crashes have relatively small cost consequences, easily covered with the limits of mandatory liability insurance. Now, last year, Garcia introduced an amendment to the transportation bill that would have effectively increased the current liability requirements from $750,000 to $2 million. That measure, of course, came under fire from members of the trucking industry who believed that would force many smaller carriers and owner-operators to shut their doors due to the costs. Failed to advance last year, but all right, so it is officially back once again. We'll keep you up to date. All right, back to your calls here on a Monday morning. Ronnie, what's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Man, I've got $4 million worth of insurance. I got $3 million worth of general liability, which is supposed to pay after you cap out my $1 million. And hell, it ain't that bad. I mean, if they'll leave it like that, that ain't that bad. But, my question is, what happens like Alabama's got a $20,000 minimum liability, mandatory liability insurance. What happens when they pull out in front of my $70,000 Kenworth, $40,000 trailer, and $60,000 worth of load?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm out of work for however long, Nobody cares. But back to the police thing. I forgot your son's in law enforcement, but he'll tell you they teach you things in there such as anybody within 21 feet of you holding a knife can cut you before you can draw your weapon and shoot them. Also, the most amazing thing in a shoot situation, I've been in law enforcement for 15 years. Anybody that is already holding a firearm in their hand, and you're at what's called the gun-ready position, which basically you're holding them at gunpoint, pointing your gun in a safe direction, they can actually raise that gun and fire it before you can ever raise your gun. You can't react as fast as they act. So, you have to be the actor. I used to tell my wife and kids every day when I left, see y'all after a while. That's what I meant. I never mistreated anybody. I treated everybody fair. But, guy one night I was bouncing the bar, and I told him it was time to go, and he just kept standing up, told me he didn't think I could make him leave. I just rubbed around my belt. I said, "Oh, buddy, I ain't been wearing this stuff all day to let you kick my tail." And he kind of thought about it a little bit, and his buddy told him, he said, "I think you're fighting a losing proposition here. He got enough stuff to whoop all of us on his belt there."
Yeah.
And so, when I started in a smaller department, a larger department for our county, where we'd have 8 or 10 officers on shift at a time in a city of 16,000. I moved on to smaller communities where you had just me on duty. A friend of mine that went on to work for the state troopers come to my house after I went to work for one of the small people. He said, "I want you to understand something. We're friends, and I love you. You can't do what I'm fixing to tell you. You need to go back up there where you was working. When you get out of your car, ain't nobody right there where you're at on your side except you and God." He said, "You do whatever you got to do to keep you safe. And you have to act a little different. You had never, these guys that are trained to box and stuff, get in you a good tussle with somebody for about 4.5 minutes, just giving it you all. You'll learn right fast you ain't near the man you thought you were."
Right.
And then my guy I used to run with, I'd always sing cadence or talk on the telephone or whatever when I'd run. He said, "Man, why do you do that? Well, wouldn't it be terrible to chase somebody down and get your tail kicked because you're out of breath?" And all that stuff you have to think about, and you can't turn it off. I mean, you just because I guess you're afraid you'll forget to turn it back on one day when you go in,
Mm-hmm.
And it was never personal for me. I couldn't tell you probably 3 of the people that I ever arrested in my 15-year career. those were the people that I arrested numerous times. I mean, these guys, they remember all this stuff, and I mean, maybe that's just them, but it was just a job to me. I mean, I just tried to do what was right, treat everybody fair, and prayed every day I didn't have to shoot somebody. I was involved in 2 situations. Looking back, if I was in that situation now at 45 instead of then probably at 25, I'd have shot a guy. I didn't, because that kind of stuff wasn't going to happen to me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to work this out. And it did work out. Like I said, good Lord takes care of the fools and widow women. I'm still here kicking it. My mother lived 75 years, so. But, and the guy that asked about the property that seized a crime scene or whatever, if it does depend. If it was the property of the criminal, then if they're convicted, they wouldn't get it back. If they're not convicted, they should get their property back. If it was your gun and somebody used your gun at your home in a self-defense thing, and yes, they would confiscate your weapon to the end of the investigation, then they'd give you your weapon back, even if they found that guy guilty of whatever. There's a whole lot of paperwork to it's called condemning property, to condemning it and it belonging to the state. And forget the dot and I across the T, put a comma in the wrong place, misspell, misquote, whatever.
Yeah.
That's all. They'll beat you over the head with it. It's not necessarily what they call a fatal error, but it could be. Way before Ferguson, Missouri happened, I almost had to shoot an unarmed man, and told my wife, I said, I got to go back and drive a truck. I said, 'cause that's not going to be good when that happens.
Yep.
I was sitting there in an altercation in this little town by myself with 5 grown men, and it become a shoving match, And I thought, man, all one of them's got to do is fuck me real good, and they've got all this gear on me,
Yep.
You have to think about that, because I'm responsible for everybody else, and then I told the officer the other day, he was doing an inspection, and he asked me, what if this happened or what if that happened? I said, dude, I pick up the pieces and go on. What if somebody's killed? I said, man, I'm really not being cold-hearted. I said, but I've done your job. And if somebody was killed, we'd do whatever we had to do to put all that back together. I don't know, I said, but listen, in case you hadn't noticed, nobody stopped to ask to see if me or you, either one, need any help. And I said, so the best thing I ever done was really just flip the screw-it switch and said, if it ain't jumping up and down right here in the cab with my truck with me, I'm not going to let some poor a woman get abused or whatever, but I guess after 15 years, I got tired of saving people from themselves mostly.
Yeah.
Most people are a victim of their own circumstances. They want to do things their way. You only, the world's round, and everything goes round. The world, you can't reinvent the wheel, but just so many times. But just, there's different versions, different whatever. But primarily, other than the fact right now you're just on the internet or whatever, primarily your radio shows run just like any other radio show in the nation. So, for you to walk in and go, oh, no, that means we're going to change all this. I can't come say, Steve, I'm gonna make a house payment for you because you lost your job here, buddy, because you wanted to tell us big mega million conglomerate here that no, you're doing it all wrong. Let me tell you. And that's what it seemed like you were doing all the time as a police officer. It was the same crowd of people, fighting, fussing, arguing, stealing. And I did learn the other day in Alabama, we had 2 cars stolen at home, and one of them, a lady had got out, went in to pay for gas. Somebody got in her car while it was running and left. And it's actually illegal in the state of Alabama, just like Ohio, to leave your car running, without you in it.
Yeah.
But the loophole in Alabama is it talks about having the key in the ignition and able to, with all this new keyless remote start and all that. That's not, that kind of nips that in the bud. Because if you remote start your car, nobody's leaving it. Well, man, I'm this first time I've called in on your new show. I've listened to you for years and years. One of Bill Mack's intros caught me 20 years ago, almost now, which led me to listen to your dad's show, following that, which led me to listen to your, I even come home and told my wife that you, or when you posted on Facebook, and she said, well, dang, what are you going to do at night now? I said, I haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah.
Have they scheduled you any kind of weekend shows or anything? We're just going to have to listen to what we missed through the week now?
Just 5 nights a week, and I don't know if there's any plans to change that, but yeah, the plans to continue growing with more options as far as where to listen kind of thing. Yeah, that's going to continue to grow. So, all right, we've got to, what we got to do? We got to do the phone reset thing because it's that time of the morning on a Monday. So, Army, I know you were up next. If you want to dial us back up here, we'll get you right back on, get you back in queue. I think Knucklebuster was hanging on. Who else was on the mix there? It is 844-844-3388. About 8 before the hour, and I think we'll be lined back up here in just a few seconds. We should hear our little computer say,
You have successfully connected.
You have successfully connected as a host. That would be me. All right, real quick, before we get back to the calls, one other update as far as racing is concerned. We mentioned all the events coming up later this week. If you want to circle the date on your calendar, May the 1st, that'll be a Saturday. You got the Hot Shot Secret East versus West Cash Bash at the Equalizer. Kyle said, this is a cool one. Hot Shot Secret is the title, sponsoring the East versus West Cash Bash by 1320 Diesel, which will be a first of its kind, they say. This is a no-prep race being held on an abandoned airstrip, otherwise known as the Equalizer, in Hutchinson, Kansas. This is the kind of drag racing where the racer with the most horsepower doesn't always win, but rather it's a test of who can get down the sketchy track surface and cross the line first. The fastest diesels from around the country are meeting at the Equalizer for this epic East versus West shootout on the airstrip there. Kyle will also be in attendance at that one at the Hot Shot Secret booth. There'll be a lot of Hot Shot Secret racers racing on the airstrip. So that sounds pretty cool. So he who has the most horsepower doesn't necessarily win. All right, promised we'd get Army back. Thanks for dialing us back up. Yes, Army, go ahead.
Oh, I've got sad news. Got a call earlier from a buddy of mine at the company. Radar Boykin, James Boykin, otherwise known as Radar, passed away last night. Kidney failure. He went home a couple weeks ago with chest pain. Atlanta. He went to the hospital in Atlanta. They said he might have had cancer. When he went back to Texas, they diagnosed him with possible cancer, and he just kind of went downhill from there, and his kidneys shut down last night, and he passed away in his sleep.
Wow. I saw the post on Facebook that he had passed. I didn't know if he had been sick or anything like that. I hadn't spoke to him in a number of years, as I said, but back in the day, he went on a couple of our cruises. And I remember specifically.
Yeah, he was on a boat.
It was on.
On a boat.
We went to Belize one year when he was with us, and yes, I think he said he was like, I don't know if he was stationed there when he was in the military or something, but he was sharing all kind of memories back then.
Yeah, he was an MP. He's done a lot of stuff when he was in the Army, and we spoke a lot over the years. I mean, of course, he and Donna were some of the first people to welcome me aboard when I leased on with SCG back in 2006. And we've been pretty much best of friends ever since. This is really sad. I can't even believe he's gone. Donna's completely she's devastated.
Sure. Sure.
And she's not even in the best of health herself. And, this couldn't come at a worse time for her. So there's going to be a collection taken up at some point. I'm not sure all the details, but as soon as I have some, I will pass them on. Okay. Right now I'm in shock. So I'm trying to just make it through myself. Anyway, that's all I had, Steve.
Kind of remember back at the Great American Truck Show down in Dallas, Texas. Remember when they used to have the bull riding competition thing for? I think it was who was that for? Yeah, he got up there and rode. He challenged somebody. Was it the Kangaroo Cowboy that he challenged or something like that?
I want to say yeah, and I want to say he won. I think so, and then there was also there was the bull ride in Dallas. Let's not. That's a memory I want to forget.
Yeah, those were the days.
It was fun.
Yeah,
yeah, that was some fun times. And there was Louisville as well. He and Donna were at Louisville, and we had a lot of fun at that truck show as well. That was back when Kevin was still, when Texas Maverick was still around too. Just amazing times. It's going to be hard to imagine he's gone and hard to go on, but go on we must. It's just sad, good friend. I mean, it's just, I'm like I said, I'm still getting over it myself, and there's no getting over it. It's just, getting used to it.
Yeah.
So
gotcha.
That's all I really had, man.
All right,
I got to get moving.
Yep. Thank you much, Army. Yeah, let us know when you get the rest of the info there. We'll be happy to share that, pass it along. Tough times, especially when things come unexpectedly. You never know what tomorrow holds. You never know if you're going to be there tomorrow, right? All right. So I think we talked about lease purchase programs. That was a topic of discussion here a week or two ago. And here's kind of one of the prime examples. Tyson Fisher writing for Landline. Former truckers for Premier Trading and Transportation have filed a lawsuit against the company, alleging they were misclassified as independent contractors as a result of restrictions placed through the lease purchase agreement. Kind of break it down for you, but these are the kind of things where you've got to get into the fine print. Oftentimes, I think more often than not, individuals feel that, well, if I'm doing the lease purchase, I'm going to be my own boss. I can take loads I want. I can maybe haul freight for another company if I'd like. And no, All too often, the fine print, it's not the case. And again, this was one of those primary examples. We'll get into that in our final hour. Meanwhile, you want to jump on board as we make it into a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that half of all Americans 18 and older have now received at least one dose of COVID vaccine. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention announced Sunday that about 130 million people 18 and over have received at least one shot. About 84 million people, a little more than a quarter of all Americans, have now been fully vaccinated. Both of those numbers are expected to increase quickly as eligibility for vaccines will open up for all people 16 and older nationally on Monday. And Russian activists are calling for a day of protest later this week as opposition leader Alexei Navalny is reportedly near death in a Russian prison. Navalny was arrested in January after returning from Germany, where he sought treatment after being poisoned by a Soviet-era nerve agent. Authorities sentenced him to 2.5 years in prison for violating a suspended sentence in a fraud case, something that Navalny says was politically motivated. He began a hunger strike in prison 3 weeks ago after being refused to be allowed to be seen by a private doctor for severe back pain. This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
Last week, President Biden announced that all U.S. troops would be leaving Afghanistan by this September, ending the longest war in the nation's history. But that decision has been criticized, with some saying that the terrorist threat from that country could reform once troops leave. Secretary of State Antony Blinken defended the president's decision on Sunday, telling ABC's This Week that the U.S. accomplished the goals it had when it initially entered Afghanistan.
We went to Afghanistan 20 years ago, and we went because we were attacked on 9/11. And we went to take on those who had attacked us on 9/11 and to make sure that Afghanistan would not again become a haven for terrorism directed at the United States or any of our allies and partners. And we achieved the objectives that we set out to achieve. Al-Qaeda has been significantly degraded. Its capacity to conduct an attack against the United States now from Afghanistan is not there. And of course, Osama bin Laden was brought to justice 10 years ago. So the president felt that as we're looking at the world now, we have to look at it through the prism of 2021, not 2001.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The world's two biggest carbon emitters have vowed to get serious about climate change. Jeremy Scott has the details from the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau.
The United States and China, in a joint statement this weekend, have agreed to work together on climate change. President Joe Biden is planning to host a virtual summit this week and has invited a few dozen world leaders to participate. Climate change has been among his top priorities. The United States rejoined the Paris Climate Accord in the first hours of his presidency. Biden sent Special Envoy John Kerry to Asia for meetings with his Chinese counterpart last week. The virtual summit is planned for this Friday and Saturday. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
Police in Texas are searching for a suspect wanted in a Sunday shooting that left 3 people dead. Austin police say they're looking for 41-year-old Stephen Nichols Broderick as the tentative suspect in the shooting at an Austin apartment complex. 2 women and a man were pronounced dead at the scene. Broderick is a former Travis County Sheriff's Office detective who was charged last year with the sexual assault of a child. Police say he's considered to be armed and dangerous. And Charles Geschke, the co-founder of software company Adobe and the creator of the PDF file, has died. Geschke co-founded the company with John Warnock in 1982, which would go on to develop a number of groundbreaking creative products. Geschke's own contribution, the portable document format, is one of the most widely used formats for computers today. Geschke also survived a kidnapping in 1992. He was abducted by two men outside the company's offices and held for 4 days before police tracked down his whereabouts. Charles Geschke was 81. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuel diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, we jump right back into it here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Good to have you with us. What else is going on? Looks like for first time in several months, they tell us we'll get an opportunity to catch a meteor shower this week. All right, Earth Day. Earth Day, the Earth Day celestial event, will boast 15 to 20 meteors per hour. Whereas Earth Day, the annual event celebrating the environment around the world. And you can kick Earth Day off this year under the stars. It's a rather highly anticipated meteor shower that'll be peaking the night of April 21st into the early hours of the 22nd later this week. Kind of spells an end to the meteor shower drought. Last meteor shower was the Quadrantids back in early January. Of course, in early January, it's a time of year it's too damn cold to be standing out there in most of the country, looking at the sky. So again, not the biggest of meteor showers. A few shooting stars may be seen early in the night, but like many meteor showers, the best time to watch will be the second half of the night as the frequency slowly increases. Also, the moon will be producing some bothersome light pollution until it sets about 3:34 a.m. local time. So you'll have a darker sky once the moon sets. A few lucky onlookers may even spot incredibly bright meteors or fireballs, which are periodically seen around the time that the Lyrids peak. And they do tell us this year may end up being a good year for the Lyrids. Overall, should be favorable weather across much of North America. Clear to partly cloudy conditions forecast for a pretty good majority of the U.S., Mexico, and Canada across the board. So pretty good viewing for much of the country. Now, even though clear conditions are likely in big cities like Houston, Atlanta, New York City, you may have to get away from the light pollution from the city. You got to get out in the country. If poor weather is in your neighborhood Wednesday night, Thursday morning, it's not all lost. Yeah, the Lyrids have a plateau-like peak. So a similar number of meteors could be seen in basically the 3 nights centered around Earth Day. So like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night. All right. After the Lyrids have come and gone, don't have to wait too long for the next opportunity to see some shooting stars. The Eta Aquarid shower sets to peak in early May, just about 2 weeks later. And this is the best shower of the entire year for the southern hemisphere anyway, producing 40 to 60 per hour. That averages out nearly 1 per minute. Areas north of the equator still able to catch part of the show, but the hourly rates are closer to like the Lyrics. 15 to 20 is probably all you'd be able to see in a given hour there. What's happening with the Big Moose this Monday?
Oh, playing truck driver. What about you?
You know the name of the game, playing radio. That's what we call this.
I heard that. Hey, did you get that email I sent you?
I did. The fatal crash, the crash last week?
Tractor accident?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. That happened about 18 miles from my house. Okay. And there's a 16-year-old girl operating that tractor who's a German Baptist. Okay. What they don't tell you in them articles. Now, this kid has been terrorizing the roads up here around the house. This is the second tractor that she's wrecked. She wrecked a horse and buggy and killed a horse. It's just been wreaking havoc. 16 years old. I ain't gonna mention no names, but it's a pretty affluent family in that community. And seemed like no matter who she wrecks or who she kills or how many horses she destroys, they just let her go right back out on the town, Mm-hmm. And I tell you what, man, it's bad. And the old gal that died there, it was in the car. Miss Strober, she'd been around there for before I was around. 80-some years old, and these I don't believe they ought to let these kids have full reign of this equipment. And this was not some little old, 8-in Ford tractor. It's a big old 6130 John Deere. I'm talking $120,000 machine,
Uh-huh.
And turn a 16-year-old kid loose in it and expect nothing's going to happen. But like I said, this ain't the first time, it's happened,
Well, that was a big big tractor. That must have been a hell of an impact because the tractor ended up knocked over.
Oh, yeah. Well, the biggest part with that was I think that was a overcorrection problem. When she realized that she was out in the middle of the stink, she cut the wheel too sharp, and I think she flipped the tractor. But, did you see the car?
Yes.
I mean, it peeled that car.
Yeah.
But I don't get how they could, when I was a kid, we all drove the farm tractor and everything else, and mowed the yards and done all that stuff too. But good grief, we wasn't in a, big giant thing traveling up and down the road using it for an automobile. And that's exactly what those people do with those big things. I mean, they use them for automobiles,
Yeah.
and travel back and forth between cities, and them farm tractors, and I don't know. I think they ought to put a law against it, I got all the respect in the world for anybody that wants to believe anything they want to believe, But what is the difference? If you're going to drive $170,000, 18-foot tall friggin' agricultural monster of a farm tractor back and forth between cities, or just buy a car and do it, Well, the thing is, then they'd have to buy a license and insurance and all that stuff, and deal with the English, quote unquote. But I just don't think everybody wants to talk about safety, and they worried about how many hours of sleep I get driving this truck, but nobody gives a flip that somebody give a 10-ton, 18-foot tall friggin' four-wheel drive farm tractor to a 16-year-old girl and let her go out and wreak havoc on the community,
Well, that's a pretty bad deal there, no doubt about it. Yep.
And like I said, it'd been different if this was the first time it happened, but it ain't. I mean, she's kind of become a local legend around here, but
really?
Anyway.
Wow.
On another topic, who was that? Heat Wave. He had called in with that story, they're about flying out the window.
Uh-huh.
That reminded me of one, so I'll lay it on you if you're inclined.
All right, let's have it.
All right. One day, little Johnny walked up to his dad, said, "Dad," he said, "my old bicycle's falling apart." He said, "I need a new." His dad said, "Boy," he said, "I got $180,000 mortgage. I can't afford no new bicycle. Get out of here." Couple, 3 days later, little Johnny come up to him and said, "Dad," said, "my Nintendo quit working." He said, "I need new video games." He said, "Boy, I got $180,000 mortgage. I can't afford no new Nintendo." He said, "Just get on out of here." A day or two later, he walked up to his mother. He said, "Mom," he said, "my baseball bat's got a big chip in it." He said, "We want to play some sandlot ball." Said, "I need a new baseball bat." She said, "Don't you know we got $180,000 mortgage? Why don't you just get on out of here?" So a week or two later, Mom and Dad come down the steps about 7 o'clock in the morning. There's little Johnny sitting by the front door, got his suitcase packed, coat on, hat on, ready to go. He said, what's the deal here?" He said, "Don't try to lie." He said, "I know the whole thing." He said, "I heard the whole plan." He said, "It's a conspiracy." And he said, "I'm on top of this." He said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Last night I come by your room. Dad said he was pulling out. Mom said she was coming too, and I'll be damned if you're going to stick me with a $180,000 mortgage."
Oh, boy.
Anyway, that's all my malarkey for tonight. Keep it twixt the spotted and the solid. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Okay, you ain't leaving me with no $180,000 mortgage payment. Oh, my. Where do you come up with these things? All right, the lease purchase deal. Trucker misclassification. Last month, LaCorey Willis and Albert Beasley filed a class action against Cushing, Oklahoma-based Premier Trading and Transportation in Oklahoma Federal District Court. Drivers accused the company and 3 supervisors of a predatory lease purchase agreement with drivers. According to the complaint, Willis was told in March of 2019 he could purchase a truck from Premier to be used to haul crude oil on behalf of the company. Dusty and Jace explained to him that he would be buying the truck with financing through Premier. Each payment into the lease purchase would go toward the purchase of the vehicle. Your typical lease purchase deal, right? Well, Willis wanted to buy the truck so he could go into business for himself as an independent contractor. He wanted to haul for other companies in addition to Premier to maximize his revenue. Willis was even told that because he was purchasing the truck, he would be the owner and therefore allowed to operate it as he pleased. Part of the lease purchase was a security agreement, which explains that Willis borrowed money from Premier to purchase a 2012 Peterbilt at a 20% interest rate on the loan. Subsequently, he signed the Premier Trading and Transportation Independent Contractor Agreement. Despite being considered an independent contractor, Willis claimed he was treated as an employee. To start, he claims the Premier refused to allow him to use the truck to haul for other companies. If he drove for someone else, he could no longer drive for Premier. The lease purchase also required Willis to get financing only through Premier, rather than a third-party financing company. Willis also required to purchase insurance through Premier, which was deducted from his paycheck. Premier also held onto the truck's title and other documents showing ownership. According to the lawsuit, Willis had to report any on-the-job spill to Premier and would be charged a 10% markup on the cleanup cost. Willis also had to go through Premier for any truck repairs. In one instance, he was ordered to repair his front main seal despite Department of Transportation regulations not requiring such repairs. Forced to comply, he turned over his truck for repairs. He alleges Premier performed additional repairs without his knowledge and charged him $12,000 for the unauthorized repairs. Albert Beasley, the other plaintiff, reported a nearly identical situation. The two drivers filed the lawsuit on behalf of all similarly situated drivers who entered into a lease purchase agreement with Premier. As of publication, neither of the defendants have filed a response to the complaint. But there you go. Got to read the fine print, and that's sounds like a classic example. That's the way they work in many cases. Let me see here. Back to the calls. Knucklebuster. Hey there. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Let me tell you something. I don't trust doctors, lawyers, politicians, bankers, preachers, trucking companies, Deputy Sheriff Barney Fife, Sonny Bubba, Junebug Johnson, whatever you want to call him there. But, shoot, I don't know, man. That lease purchase thing, that's been a crazy thing in the trucking industry for a long time. There.
A long time.
Y'all must live in a different world than what I do, because I've been pulled over down south there, and as soon as they jump out of the car, they got their gun drawn. I ain't doing anything but riding down the road trying to go home there, right? If they confiscate your gun down south here, I can guarantee you ain't going to get it back. They'll keep it for their own personal collection there. The sheriff where I grew up from, old boy got charged with rape. And they castrated him and kept his testicles up there in a mason jar on the sheriff's desk. That was before he ever got convicted, see?
Yeah.
So what kind of, that's a tough deal, man. Anyway, let's get on with the rest of this baloney there. Old Robert De Niro, he is struggling to keep up with his wife's thirst for Stella McCartney. I don't even know what that is, Steve. He's having to work real hard there. But anyway, I'll just tell Robert De Niro, here's a quarter, call someone who cares. I care less about that myself there. Did you read about that topless woman over at Prince Philip's funeral? She got all excited over that dead man. She kind of looked like Lulu from Hee Haw there, right? So, I don't know. That was craziness. I guess the whole world's going crazy. I don't know.
I missed out on that. What happened? What you jumped? What I missed that. What happened?
Yeah. Oh yeah, she was running around topless over there, Steve.
Really?
I mean, big old woman. Might have been one of Monkey Gouger's girlfriends or something. I don't know.
Inbred
big
redneck.
Old gal. I mean, big old gal too. So they busted her for running around topless over there at the funeral procession. So, well, I got some good military news for us. An F-15 Eagle scored the longest known air-to-air missile shot during U.S. Air Force tests, but they wouldn't tell you what the distance was. So, but congratulations to them flyboys over that one there. And all them UFOs everybody claims they keep seeing, those are nothing more than spy drones, see? And they don't know who they all belong to, but they're spying on us. So I don't know. Maybe that might be a conspiracy theory there, you reckon?
Yeah, could be.
If they're not. Yeah, could be little green men flying around up there, Steve. Never know. Well, that's all of my baloney for today. I'm got my makeup on. I'm headed to Dallas, so we're going to try to get it done for the day and get in the bed before the sun comes up there. Have a great, blessed day, and we'll poke at you tomorrow.
All righty. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in this morning, old Knucklebuster. There you go. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Going back about 2 weeks ago, from Transportation Nation, story in regards to the, of course, industry headline says, I see a wipeout ahead. I see a wipeout. What are they talking about? Well, they explain Democrats just scored a major victory in their quest to pass legislation many trucking groups warn will wipe out tens of thousands of independent contractors. When the Senate parliamentarian Elizabeth McDonough delivered a favorable ruling to Democrats which will allow them to use a budgetary tool known as reconciliation to pass 2 more pieces of legislation this fiscal year. The parliamentarian has advised that a revised budget resolution may contain budget reconciliation instructions, according to the spokesperson for Chuck Schumer. This confirms the leader's interpretation of the Budget Act and allows Democrats additional tools to improve the lives of Americans in the event that Republicans obstruct. That's what they said. Reconciliation requires 51 votes to approve a measure rather than the normal 60-vote filibuster-proof majority. It was a huge win for Democrats, given the Senate is so closely divided, 50-50. Kamala Harris is the winning vote on any legislation enacting the Biden agenda. Specifically related to trucking, they say this could pave the way for passage of President Biden's $2.25 trillion infrastructure spending bill, the American Jobs Act, as it's called, which Transportation Nation Network reported also includes the highly controversial and contentious PRO Act, Protecting the Rights to Organize Act. Even before the American Jobs Plan was unveiled, Chuck Schumer already signaled that Democrats are prepared to pass certain parts of it using reconciliation. Still not clear if Democrats will attempt to pass the PRO Act using reconciliation, but it looks like they're headed that direction. While no decisions have been made on a legislative forward path using Section 304 of the Congressional Budget Act of 74, yes, some parameters still need to be worked out. The parliamentarian's opinion is a big step, though, forward. It's available if Democrats need it. Trucking groups that are vocal in opposition of the PRO Act include the American Trucking Associations, the Truckload Carriers Association, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, the Small Business and Transportation Coalition, and the Transportation Intermediaries Association. There's a group that I don't know, have you ever seen agreement from those groups across the board? I don't know that I've ever seen them all agree on one particular topic of any kind. Following the news of the Biden administration, including the PRO Act and the American Jobs Plan, ATA President and CEO Chris Spear called it a political poison pill, counterproductive to economic growth. An ATA spokesperson told Transportation Nation they are gravely concerned the Democrats would ultimately find a way to pass the PRO Act and President Biden would sign it into law. We are watching closely. Transportation Nation says we will continue to track this issue very closely. There's another example of something that could be the demise of how many independents or owner-operators, as we refer to you, could just wipe out a bunch of them. Thousands, tens of thousands. All right, we're going to get a news break in here, and we'll get back to your calls just ahead. It's 844-844-3388. Make our way into the early hours of a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that half of all Americans 18 and older have now received at least one dose of COVID vaccine. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention announced Sunday that about 130 million people 18 and over have received at least one shot. About 84 million people, a little more than a quarter of all Americans, have now been fully vaccinated. Both of those numbers are expected to increase quickly as eligibility for vaccines will open up for all people 16 and older nationally on Monday. And Russian activists are calling for a day of protest later this week as opposition leader Alexei Navalny is reportedly near death in a Russian prison. Navalny was arrested in January after returning from Germany, where he sought treatment after being poisoned by a Soviet-era nerve agent. Authorities sentenced him to 2.5 years in prison for violating a suspended sentence in a fraud case, something that Navalny says was politically motivated. He began a hunger strike in prison 3 weeks ago after being refused to be allowed to be seen by a private doctor for severe back pain. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. In sudden death syndrome, crib death was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Gotta head down the home stretch on a Monday morning. Monday. Get all settled in, back to the old grind. Morning, Chevy guy. What's going on?
Okay, now it's not disrespecting our law enforcement officers that were on there tonight, and I know we all say it because we keep being told it, but I don't see how any American citizen can stand to hear it, because when they say driving is a privilege, not a right. I'm sorry. It's a right, but along with rights come responsibility. I mean, I have a responsibility to have a proper license, proper training. I have a responsibility to prove I got the ability to be healthy enough to do the job. I have a responsibility because, the government I voted for says you have to have certain licenses to do this. I know it's a minor difference, but I'm sorry. If you see a Navy ship, a U.S. Navy ship, at least that's the way it was back in my days, and it's moored up in port, you have every right as an American citizen to go tour that ship. Now, as long as you don't interrupt with naval operations, that's fine. If it's like off duty for them, they have to provide you a tour of that ship. You know why? You own that ship. We own our government. We own our roads. We pay for them. And the difference here is, it irks me, is I don't like my government treating me like a child. And it just is plain and simple. I got the responsibility to carry all this stuff, and it's not a privilege. But it's the difference of this, it's a government of the people, for the people, by the people, not from the government to the people, but from the people to the government. And just so I can drive on this road, I did not surrender my constitutional rights. And I know it's a minor thing. It's just words, but it's the difference between my government treating me like a child or respecting me as a citizen. Also, we all know about words. In a courtroom, the right words could keep a guilty man from going to jail. The wrong words can put an innocent man behind bars. So other than that, I'm just going to sit back. And man, this has been a great show tonight, even though it's been very cheerful about what all's coming down the pike to put us But it's not to work. But whether we're working or not, we can listen to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, even at the house. 10-4?
10-4. I guess there's two schools of thought there. Yeah, we've all heard it's a privilege, not a right. Yeah, I mean, you've got the right to travel anywhere you want in the country, but I don't know that necessarily means you have a right to drive anywhere you want in the country. Does that make sense at all? You can walk from Ohio to California unfettered. You can ride a bike. But to drive an automobile or a truck or whatever to drive, you do have to do. Let me take you the two different scenarios, all right? Driving is a privilege, not a right, is the headline. Driving is not a constitutional right. You get your license, your driver's license, based on the skills you have and the rules you agree to follow. After you get your driver's license, you must continue to demonstrate your ability to drive safely on the road. If you fail to demonstrate this ability, you will be issued tickets, first of all, or even have your license suspended or revoked. No one has more right to the road than anyone else. If you're going to drive, you owe it to the other roadway users and yourself to operate the vehicle in a, quote, safe manner. Now, let me take you over to another. This is from a law firm. Law Offices of William Mackler. He says, driving is a right, not a privilege. Since grade school, you've heard the phrase, driving's a privilege, not a right. It's one of the nanny favorites like, you have to floss your teeth twice a day. Keep your elbows off the table. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Well, the phrase driving is a privilege, not a right is actually not true, he says. In the United States, a license to drive is constitutionally protected property. Right. You do, of course, have to be issued a license before driving, but as long as you are old enough, pass the written and road test, follow the rules of the road, pay your insurance fees, pay your insurance, and don't become mentally or physically unfit to drive, that license you were issued, or that, quote, right to drive, cannot be taken from you without due process. He cites a court case, Bell versus Burson, 1971. Also Dixon versus Love, 1971. The Honorable P.J. Boren, the California Court of Appeals, 2nd District, said it best, quote, harm may be presumed when a driver's license is suspended. Once issued, a driver's license may become essential in the pursuit of a livelihood. Suspension of issued license thus involves state action that adjudicates important interest of the licensee. Page 539 from Bell versus Burson. In our present travel-oriented society, the retention of a driver's license is an important right to every person who has obtained such a license. Whether a driver's license is required only for delivering bread, commuting to work, transporting children or the elderly, meeting medical appointments, attending social or political functions, or any combination of these other purposes, the revocation or suspension of that license, even for a 6-month period, can and often does constitute a severe personal and economic hardship. Okay. You still have to have the license, right? Two schools of thought, as I mentioned. All right, Knucklebuster, yes.
Well, see, when they wrote the Constitution, they didn't have any idea about a combustion engine back in, I don't think.
No.
So, yeah, well, I think it's a right myself, but it's a privilege to drive, too, because it's a hell of a lot better than walking. I can promise you that. I read the other day they got a white paint, a super white paint now, Steve. You can paint the roof of your house this super white, and you will not need air conditioning in your house. And I thought, well, Steve wouldn't need that because it don't get warm enough up there in Cincinnati to need air conditioning, right?
Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Okay. Well, I got one other thing for monkey gouger and grump. Well, in North Carolina, way back in the hills, old Pappy had him a steal. He brewed white lightning till the sun went down. Till he filled him a jug up and he passed it around. He wasn't actually struck by lightning. He was struck by that white lightning, Steve. That's what was going on with him, right?
Is that what it was? Okay.
That's what I'd reckon it was there. I've been passing a truck up there in Illinois one night several years ago, and lightning hit out in that middle median strip there, and a driver I was passing, he asked me, did you feel that? I said, I sure did, but I never got blasted or burnt, so I'm doing all right then. All right, kick this thing up in the big hole, slap it against the dash, let's carry this thing to the house, get a skull buster beer and a bottle of aspirin. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you, Knuckle Buster. All right, I hadn't heard of his super white paint, but a quick search. He's not kidding. According to the news report, scientists have developed a light-reflecting ultra-white paint, which they say could negate the need for air conditioning and even reduce carbon emissions if it were to be used on a mass scale. The paint, developed by engineers at Purdue University in Indiana as part of a 6-year project, is capable of reflecting up to 98.1% of sunlight and therefore has the ability to, quote, cool buildings. Unlike traditional paint, the ultra-white paint is made with a chemical compound called barium sulfate. It's also used in the production of cosmetics and photo paper. The barium sulfate particles are made up of varying sizes, which scatter the sun's rays and can even cool immediate surrounding surfaces. White paint has been used for centuries in warmer climates to cool buildings from the heat, but this new formula absorbs far less sunlight, and therefore it absorbs far less heat. Whereas regular paint will absorb between 10 and 20% of sunlight, the new paint takes on just 1.9%, an amount small enough to allow a building to lose heat overall. If you were to use this paint to cover a roof area of about 1,000 square feet, we estimate you could get a cooling power of 10 kilowatts. That's more powerful than the central air conditioners used by most homes. The researchers said the new white paint was so white, it was the equivalent of the blackest black, known as Vanta Black, which absorbs up to 99.9% of visible light. It is the coolest on record, they claim, capable of keeping surfaces 19 degrees cooler Fahrenheit than the ambient surroundings at night and 8 degrees lower during strong sunlight. Okay, this could have a positive impact on the climate by reducing energy consumption. Okay, I don't know is that enough to be able to actually turn off the AC in the summertime? I don't think so, but that he's not kidding. It's the whitest white can get. If there were different shades of white, right? Let me see here. Back up to good morning, Larry. What's happening?
Good morning, sir. I just listening in and getting my education. Had a situation over the weekend that I wanted to share. I was in Cincinnati area, Harrison, Ohio. And as we were leaving the Kroger store, I saw a fellow that leaned up against a car as he was walking and was obviously in some sort of distress. He grabbed his chest, and when I got out to talk to him, this man in tears said that he was dealing with PTSD in very, very bad shape. And he was just really outside of himself. So we talked for a few minutes there. I was able to confirm that he is with a counseling group. And I shared my challenge coin with him, Steve. And after a little discussion, that I felt comfortable enough to walk away from him and let him go. But he was having a moment. And I just want to encourage people that if they know of somebody that's dealing with PTSD, don't ignore it. Make sure you help them find a group, a counselor. In Cincinnati, there's a couple police officers that have taken this on. They've been written up a few times and received recognition for it, but these guys, and there's a team of them, they're readily available for counseling anybody that is dealing with PTSD, and it's not just the military, it's first responders, it's a lot of other people. In today's world, nurses and people in the medical field that's dealing with this COVID, the amount of deaths that they've seen over the past year is greater than you can ever plan for. So the issue of PTSD, post-traumatic syndrome disorder, is real. And if you know somebody that's dealing with that, please make sure you help them find support.
I was always under the impression, because for as much as I know, which ain't much about PTSD, that certain things can trigger, like I don't know if it's like a panic attack. Like they say, like around 4th of July, when you've got all the people doing their fireworks and the explosions and all that, can trigger veterans and whatnot. It's like Vietnam vets. So something as simple as coming out of the grocery store. I mean, I guess, can it be triggered by anything?
What I didn't know in that situation was what he was experiencing just prior to my interaction with him or coming up on him.
Yeah.
Who knows? There could have been a passing emergency vehicle. There could have been a lot of different things that happened that I'm completely unaware of.
Yeah.
For example, I know people during the Vietnam era that if they heard a helicopter, they went into a panic.
How about that? Wow.
It's a real deal, and some people want to blow it off that, oh, come on now, we've been dealing with wars and traumatic situations for years. That's true, but we all process things in our lives differently, and psychologically we're not all equal. And it doesn't mean that you're weak. It just sometimes means that you're so compassionate about what you've had to deal with in that career path that it stays with you. I know in fire service, there's plenty of times where guys go home and the wife says, so what's going on? And I don't want to talk about it. Well, we try until that person starts telling the story again, reliving what they dealt with the night before or whatever, and it becomes an argument. So it's a very real psychological impact to people. And this guy I've seen some stuff over the years. He was very traumatized and very much in distress. And I was happy I was there. But beyond that, my point is that if you're aware of anybody dealing with it, don't take it lightly. Make sure that you find some resource for that person to get help, get counseling.
Yeah, I guess when you hear the numbers, I think it's the 22 per day that are committing suicide. Yeah, former military, veterans and whatnot. I guess a lot of it has to do with just that, right? They can't live with it anymore, and they take their own life.
Exactly. Because I think, I can't be for sure, but for those people, either A, they didn't reach out to somebody, they were too proud, or B, they reached out to folks and they just wasn't there when they needed them. Because you never know when that's going to happen. I don't know the answer to that, but I do know it's very prevalent. You know, in the police world and the fire world, if a police officer, firefighter dies in the line of duty, there is a parade. There is all kinds of accolades given to that individual. They're considered a hero. But if a police officer or firefighter, or let's say first responder at all, including the medical field, if they kill themselves, they commit suicide, it's kept quiet. There's no recognition. There's no, and typically that happened because not just something happened in the home or in the residence, but something that happened on the job that put that person in peril in that situation. So it's alive and well more than we want to share or talk about it.
Now, we could probably do a whole program on PTSD, and yeah, maybe we'll have to line something like that up one of these nights. Yeah, maybe an hour or two to learn more about it and how to maybe detect the signs of someone dealing with it and where you can try to find help for them. That'd be a great topic, I think.
I'll tell you what, Steve, the guys at Cincinnati PD would be more than happy to come on the air with you and share some of their experiences and some of their knowledge. I'll get a hold of Dave and connecting with you, and maybe we can tee that up sometime.
Good deal. All right, well, on the way to work here on a Monday. Yeah, have a great day, and always good to hear from you. Be safe out there. And all right, I guess, I don't know, how many years was John Osborne out there, the skipper of the Spirit of the American Trucker, the OOIDA tour trailer, round the country? And I tried to do a pretty good job of keeping up to speed where he's going to be, when he's going to be there, but John has officially turned over the keys. And we now have a new skipper, which is one Marty Ellis, new skipper of the Whiters tour trailer. And he's heading to his first stop and his first truck show at the helm of the Spirit of the American Trucker. Spirit's scheduled to be at the Crossroads Truck Meet. Yeah, I guess he was there over the weekend, Saturday, there in California. This is the first of what organizers hope will be an annual event there, the Crossroads Truck Meet. But he's scheduled to go on to 4 p.m., a worship service, free lunch for Sunday this past day. But, of course, before taking the wheel of the Spirit, Ellis was a company driver for 27 years, and Marty is one of the TA Petro Citizen Driver honorees from back in 2017, just as John Osborne was also one of those honorees. I, of course, had the chance to interview Marty after his recognition there, 2017, at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. Citizen Driver Program, recognizing professional drivers, earning the respect from the trucking industry. As part of the Citizen Driver recognition, there's a TA in Rogers, Minnesota, that is dedicated to Marty Ellis. Just like the Monkey Gouger and so many others, I've lost track over the years of how many. All righty, and I think they were just, was it last week or this week? They're going to be announcing this year's Citizen Driver honorees. I think they're going to do that on the Dave Nemo Show because we're not having truck shows. No Louisville Truck Show, no Great American Truck Show. It's just, all righty. We wrap things up here on a Monday morning. Thanks so much. I think that was a pretty good show there. Great way to start out the week. Hope you'll check back in at the midnight hour tonight. Share with your friends as we try to grow the program. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.